Section 1 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. Section 1. Bobby's Wolf. "It is a pretty hard verse for a little boy like Bobby," Mrs. Harmon said, as she looked thoughtfully at the card which had the verse for the day printed on it. But Bobby had keen ears and a good memory, and was soon repeating the hard verse glibly enough. "Beware of false prophets, which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves." Mr. Harmon laughed when he heard the verse. "What can a 4-year-old do with such grown-up words as those?" he asked. And the mother said she didn't know. Perhaps they would be made useful to him in ways that grown-up people did not understand. "There isn't any wolves in this city," said Bobby complacently, having as little regard to grammar as he did to logic. "Oh, yes, there are," said Mamma, as she took him in her lap and explained the meaning of the words as well as she could. Bobby was restless and hummed a tune softly once while she was talking because he forgot. And once he interrupted her to ask whether wolves, when they dressed up like sheep, said "Bah!" And on the whole, Mrs. Harmon was disposed to think that Bobby would get little help from his verse. It was 3:00 in the afternoon of that day when Bobby sheltered himself from the wind in the corner of his father's house, and, leaning against the great stone wall, listened to John Walker while he coaxed, "It's just a little way and not more than 2 blocks from here, and I shouldn't think your mother would be afraid to have a big boy like you go down there, 'specially with me, and it's a great deal warmer there, because it's on the sunny side of the street. I don't believe but if your mother was here, she would want you to go, so as to get out of this ugly east wind." Bobby put the tips of his fingers together in a way that he had when he was thoughtfully interested in anything, and looked curiously at John Walker. At last he spoke. "You're a wolf, Johnny Walker. You don't know it, but as true as you live, you're a wolf. I told Mamma I did not believe I'd see one, and she said p'raps I would, and I have. And you say 'bah' too, just as Mamma said maybe you would. You make it sound like 'bah,' but it means a howl all the same. Mamma said so." "Don't you go to calling me no names," said John Walker, his face growing red, "because I'm 3 years older than you, and I won't stand it." "But I can't help it, you see, because it is in the Bible, and Jesus said beware of 'em. That means you take care you don't do a thing they say, because they are only making b'lieve be good. You are making b'lieve my mamma wants me to go down to Court Street when she told me not to go, and I know you are a wolf because mamma described it to me this morning. I'm a-going in now. I don't like to play with wolves." And Bobby pulled his hat a little further on his head and trudged off. End of section 1. Section 2 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 2. A Thanksgiving Dinner. There were 4 of us young people at home. First I, who am 16, then there is a long gap, and next comes Katie, who is 8, and Bessie, who is 6, and last of all, baby Harry, who is not yet 2. But we were all a year younger when what I mean to tell you of happened, for that was a year ago. I spoke of Katie and Bessie and Harry and myself as the young people, because I think I am rather too old to be called a child, and I don't know how else to put it, but I don't at all mean to call father and mother old. It is true, father has a great many gray streaks in his hair, but I think that is more from care than from age. It makes me sad, however, very sad, to see father's hair changing color. But when I speak of it, he only laughs and says, "The whites are gaining the ascendancy and the aborigines becoming extinct." Father and mother have not looked like themselves since the summer mother was so ill. That was the most dreadful period of my life, I am sure. For a long time we thought she couldn't recover. She was ill, of course, to begin with, and then the expense of having a doctor and nurse preyed on her mind and made against her. I really believe mother minded that more than the pain she suffered. At one time she got so nervous with thinking of it that she said Dr. May's visits did her more harm than good, and declared she wouldn't see him again. But Dr. Armstrong, our minister, happened to come in just then, and he soon reasoned her out of all that and made her see things differently. There couldn't possibly be a nicer minister than Dr. Armstrong. I can't begin to say how much I love him. Better indeed than anybody in the world, outside of home, except my namesake, Miss Judith Hepburn. Miss Judith lives next door to us. She is old and very poor. She has, in fact, nothing in the world but the house she lives in, and so she occupies only one of the rooms on the first floor, and lives on the rent from the others. But Miss Judith is as happy as if she possessed all this world has to offer, and happier too, for that matter, and this is because she is such a true Christian. Whatever befalls us is good, she says, whether it comes in the shape of prosperity or of adversity, because everything is bestowed by a loving hand. I forgot to say all this while that my name is Annie Gray, but Miss Judith never calls me anything but Martha. She commenced this when mother was ill, because I kept so busy, and perhaps, too, because I was troubled about many things, for indeed I was all during her illness, and for a long time after, too, for the debt we owed to the doctor and nurse hung like a black cloud over the household. It is different with some people, but debt has always seemed a very serious evil to us. I believe father has dreaded it more than anything else, and up to mother's illness he had always avoided it. But the demands sickness makes are very great and can't be easily disregarded. Ah, how often I have heard father say, "Oh, no man anything," after which he would always add, "Whether this is a divine command or only loving counsel I cannot say, but in either case I shall not willingly disregard it." Well, it was right funny, but soon after mother's illness, Dr. Armstrong commenced his Friday evening lectures to the congregation on secular matters, as he said in his notice. Father took me to the first one, and I couldn't help giving his hand a squeeze when he gave out the subject, Debts, How They Are Made and How They May Be Paid. I can't remember the words he used, which is a pity, but Dr. Armstrong's words, as well as his thoughts, are forcible, but I know the sense of it all was that debts are generally commenced in a small way, little by little they are added one to the other, till presently an account is presented to us of such overwhelming proportion that we despair of ever wiping it out. But I trust, he added, that none of my friends who find themselves in this unhappy situation will give way for a moment to a feeling of discouragement. Step by step have we been led into trouble. Let us retrace our way in like manner, step by step. Begin from this moment a system of judicious retrenchment. Lay aside sums, never mind how trifling, toward the liquidation of your debt, and little by little it will melt away, till, almost unconsciously to yourself, it has disappeared, and you, again a free man, can look the whole world in the face. Ah, that was practical. That was what I needed, said father, as we came out after the lecture was over. And I, for one, shall not approve the doctrine and immediately practice the contrary. No, from this very moment I shall begin to retrench and put by. Ah, Annie, a word in season. How good it is. I was almost ready to despair till now. And that was the beginning of our saving. First, coffee was given up. Mother always drank tea, and so no one was inconvenienced by that but Father. Then butter was dispensed with, and the cheapest meat and vegetables in the market were selected, and Mother decided that so many things were unnecessary about our clothes, that Katie declared after a while Mother would think we could do without buttons on our dresses. But my happy part of the day, during all this anxious time, was the twilight, when there was no work for me to do, and I could run in and sit by Miss Judith's bright little fire and talk over things with her. It was on one of these evenings, after Miss Judith's usual greeting of, "Well, Martha, how has the work come on today?" that I said, "Indeed, Miss Judith, I wish I were not such a Martha, and that I might choose the better part like Mary. But then, what can I do? Wouldn't it be wrong for me to throw things on Mother when she isn't strong, and don't you think our Saviour would think so too? Then, besides, Mother would have to be a Martha, for the work must be done. I am sure it is all very puzzling to me anyway." "I do not wonder that you say so, dear," said Miss Judith, "for older heads than yours have puzzled over the same question, and certain it is that were it not for the Marthas in the world, the whole system of society would come to a standstill. But then, Annie, we are told that Martha was cumbered with serving. She allowed her work, it would seem, to absorb her faculties to the exclusion of other and more important things. We need not do that, need we? Has not each one of us, even the busiest among us, leisure sufficient to consecrate his work to God in prayer, and ask his blessing upon it and his help in it? Then, my child," she continued, "observe the words of our Saviour. Mary has chosen the better part. That is better than Martha, but perhaps there is a better part still, or the best part, in which labor and worship are united, in which, while not slothful in business, we are fervent in spirit serving the Lord. This would seem to me the best part, and surely the best example is that of the blessed Saviour himself, who came not to be ministered to, but to minister, who went about doing good, and followed up days of toil with nights of prayer. Yes, my dear, the necessity of serving is evidently laid upon you, and you have not the choice of your part in life, but the manner in which you act your part is within your power. Don't forget, dear child, that you serve the Lord Christ, and whatsoever you do, do it heartily as unto him. He has taken a journey into a far country now, but he will come again to inspect your work. Be faithful, dear Annie, and watch and pray." That little talk with Miss Judith did me real good. My little talks with her always do, and Mother says that she is the greatest possible comfort to her, for she shows her how useful one may be, even where one has only sympathy and counsel to bestow. And Father says that there is a healing and strengthening power in her words, which is far better than a gift of silver and gold, for it enables you to rise up and walk under the burden of life. The children certainly did bear the privations we underwent well, but Katie said to me privately one night, "I never did want something good to eat as badly in my life. I am real glad Thanksgiving Day is so near." But when the day before Thanksgiving came, and Mother asked if I should get anything different for dinner next day, Father shook his head with such a decided no, that there was nothing more to be said, but it was undoubtedly a change. We had never known what it was not to have turkey and pudding then. I was most grieved, however, at the thought of not having my usual present for Miss Judith. I had always, on that day, carried her in her dinner, and on the waiter a $5 bill. But as I went upstairs at night, Father slipped $5 into my hand, saying, This is for Miss Judith, Annie. We must not forget, in our efforts to retrench, the debt we owe our Heavenly Father." That was enough to put me in a proper frame for the next day, even if I had not already had sufficient to be thankful for. I had quite made up my mind that mother was to go to church and let me mind Harry, but there was a great deal of persuading necessary to get her up to the point. However, I succeeded at last, and after they were all gone, and I had washed up the breakfast things, Master Harry began to show symptoms of sleepiness, so I tucked him in his little cradle and began rocking him to and fro, singing all the while one of Miss Judith's favorite hymns. "One by one thy duties wait thee, with thy whole strength go to each. Let no future dreams elate thee, learn thou first what these may teach. Do not look at life's long sorrow, see how short each moment's pain. God will keep thee for the morrow, every day begin again." Over and over I sang it, till at last the white lids closed, and I was getting up softly to slip away, when ting-a-ling went the doorbell, with such a sound through the house that Harry stirred, then opened his blue eyes to their fullest extent, and I was obliged to get him quiet again before answering the bell. When at last I did go down, lo, not a creature was to be seen, only a hamper basket covered with a white cloth, with a paper pinned on top, on which was written, "For Mr. Gray, from a friend." It was just as much as I could do to get the basket into the kitchen, and then, oh, the good things that met my eyes! First of all, a turkey ready dressed, then a roll of golden butter, then several jars of sausage meat and jelly, then a bunch of celery, and at last a great iced cake. This completed the contents, but no, as I lifted out the lower cloth, there lay a sealed envelope, directed, as the basket had been, to father. This I laid aside till his return, but what to do about the other things was puzzling. They are clearly intended for father's Thanksgiving dinner, I thought, but unless the turkey is put to roast right away, it won't be done in time. Shall I or shall I not? I said to myself. Then I remembered how feeble dear mother looked when she set out, how she feared the services would be too much for her strength. Yes, I said decidedly, by way of answering my doubts, a warm, nourishing dinner will be just what she needs, and so, without more ado, I set to work. The baby, bless his little heart, was real good, and let me get well under way before he waked up. There was no keeping the secret of the dinner, however, when the front door was once entered, for the savory odor of the roasting turkey told the tale at once, and the whole party hurried into the kitchen to find out what it meant. "Oh, father," I said, when the exclamations over the first part of my recital had sufficiently subsided to admit of my getting in a word, "there was a letter for you in the basket, too." "This will give us the name of the donor," said he as he opened it. But no, indeed, there was no name inside, only some notes neatly folded. $5, $10, $15, $20, $25, said father, counting them out on the table. "God be praised for all his mercies, and God bless the giver," said he fervently, while mother turned away to get Miss Judith's dinner ready, and hide her tears, for poor mother was actually crying. "Take this too, Annie," said father, putting another 5 on the one already lying on the waiter, when at last it was ready for me to take in. Of course I had to stop and tell Miss Judith the wonderful news about the basket, and when I got back again, mother was putting the last dish on the table. Then, going to our places, we stood with bowed heads, while father said the grace I had always been accustomed to hear, but which seemed to have gained new meaning and beauty. Supply the wants of others, O Lord, and give us grateful hearts, for Christ's sake. We never knew the secret of that Thanksgiving basket, nor did we ever inquire into it, but we all had a notion that Dr. Armstrong could have thrown light upon the subject if he had chosen to. End of section 2. Section 3 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 3. The First Load. It was a warm, sunny Sunday morning, and consequently Robbie Ellsworth was allowed to go to church. This was quite a luxury to him, because he had but recently recovered from the measles, and his mother was rather afraid to have him go. The notices were all given out, at least so the people thought, when the minister announced that there would be a meeting of the congregation the next day to raise money for a new church. That building, they saw, was altogether too small, and he did hope they would get a new one started very soon, as a lot was donated in a fine location. Then came the sermon. It was about little things. Robbie listened attentively as the minister told how many great things had been started and helped by little boys and girls, and by people with little money or talent. At the dinner table, Robbie's father remarked, "How anxious Dr. Sullivan is for a new church, but he won't get it. Not very soon, anyway. The people don't care enough about it, though I'm sure they need one badly." "Dear me," thought Robbie to himself, "I do wish Dr. Sullivan could get a new church. I'm sure he ought to have it if he wants it." "He wants a brick one," Mr. Ellsworth continued. "But in my opinion, a frame building would do this time. Brick costs too much." "I wish he could have a brick church," thought Robbie. "It would be so much nicer." Then he went to thinking about what Dr. Sullivan said in his sermon, and pretty soon he began to wonder if he couldn't help with the new church. All the afternoon he thought about it, and finally a plan came into his little mind, which he thought of so much that he could hardly sleep that night. But he didn't want anybody to know anything about it, so he went to sleep as fast as he could. Fortunately for his plans, Monday was as pleasant as Sunday, and about 10 o'clock Robbie went to Mrs. Ellsworth. "Mamma, I want to go take a walk," he said. "Why, Robbie dear, you would get lost." "But I only want to go around to Uncle Will's," pleaded the little fellow. Now Uncle Will was a doctor, a great favorite with his little nephew, and he lived only around the corner in the new house which he had just built. "I think you may go then," said Mrs. Ellsworth, "as you don't have to cross the street to get there. I am going down to Papa's office, and will tell him to stop for you when he comes home." "No, Mamma," said Robbie, "I'd rather not. I have a very much reason for wanting to come home alone." That was his way of saying he had a very good, and, in his eyes, important reason, which he didn't want to give. So his mother agreed, kissed him good-bye, and he started out, first getting his little green wheelbarrow from the hall closet. He trudged along down one street, up another, until he stopped on the stone steps of Uncle Will's house, and gave the bell such a pull as only a boy of about Robbie's size knows how. Aunt Flora greeted her small visitor very warmly, laughing at his wheelbarrow, but he pushed right by her and trudged into Uncle Will's office, pushing his wheelbarrow before him. Uncle Will was engaged in discussing the cholera germ with a brother physician, but he turned and welcomed his nephew cheerily. "Well, my man, what can I do for you today? Will you cart a wheelbarrow of books around to the library for me?" "Mamma wouldn't let me," said Robbie. I came to see if you would let me have one wheelbarrow full of the bricks that were left over, out in the backyard." "Certainly," said Uncle Will. "You can go right out and get them." So Robbie turned again, too eager to even thank his uncle, pushed his wheelbarrow through the dining room, and was soon taking down bricks from the pile by the back stoop. His barrow didn't hold but about a half dozen, and soon Irish Mary was lifting it up the steps, and he arrived again before his uncle's door. "Are they my very own, Uncle Will?" he asked, as that gentleman turned to look at his load, "to use just as I want to?" "Your very own," said the doctor, "to do what you please with. If you wish, you may throw them in the cistern. But what are they for?" "I would rather not tell, Uncle Will." "Very well, sir. Success to your project, whatever it is." Down the steps bumped the wheelbarrow, with its owner behind, and down the street they went again, though this time on the other side of the block. There were not many pedestrians on the street, but the few Robbie met smiled at him and his load of bricks. He looked at all the houses attentively, and finally mounted the steps of one with difficulty, all the time afraid his bricks would fall out, and rang the bell a little more gently than he had at his uncle's. The Reverend Dr. Sullivan came to the door. He knew Robbie. "Good morning, young man," he said. "What can I do for you?" "Nothing," said Robbie. "I've brought you the first load of bricks for the new church." "The new church?" said the doctor. "Yes, sir. You said yesterday you wanted one, and Papa said you wanted a brick one. So I've brought the first load. They're my very own, sir, to use just as I want to." "Well, well," said Dr. Sullivan, "I am very much obliged to you." And Robbie thought his voice sounded almost as he did when he had the croup. Moreover, he took out his handkerchief and rubbed his eyes. Then he took the wheelbarrow in his arms, and having deposited the contents in his backyard, returned it to the owner. "The bricks shall be used, young man," he said, "every one of them, for the new church. Thank you very much for your help." Then Robbie returned home, jubilant at having been able to help his minister. As for the minister, he took a paper and went out. The first man he met was Mr. Lawrence, the wealthiest person in his church. "Mr. Lawrence," he said, "we have started, and the first load of bricks for the new church has arrived." "Indeed," said Mr. Lawrence, and after a little more talk, he put down his name for quite a sum of money. Dr. Sullivan went on telling everyone that the first load of bricks had arrived, and it was astonishing how encouraging those bricks were. When the congregation met that afternoon, their pastor announced that some $100 had been raised for the church, and that the first load of bricks had come. Of course, it was a good while before the church was really built, for there were architects and masons and carpenters to be consulted. But it was really built, and it was not till then that the minister told who had furnished the first load of bricks, and how he really started the whole thing. And the 6 bricks that Robbie had brought in his little wheelbarrow were built into the wall of the church, and everybody thanked him for his part of the work. Now, the best thing about this story is that it is all true. The minister's name may not have been Dr. Sullivan, and the boy's name may not have been Robbie Ellsworth, and his wheelbarrow may not have been green, but it brought the bricks that are in the brick church, as it is called, of one of the largest cities in the eastern states. End of section 3. Section 4 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 4. Gas. That fireplace has a history. Years and years ago I sat by it. The chimney was made of sticks and clay, and often, when the pine knots burned fiercely, the chimney would take fire. The cooking was all done over the coals, and mainly in a pot with 3 legs, and I have eaten most delicious meals prepared in that way. What do you say to that? My father used to tell me of a log house where a large family lived. It had but 1 room, and what do you think of that? Father, mother, 6 children, a hired man, the dog and cat, all in just 1 room. It was so. I dare say your grandma knows about it. Ask grandpa to tell you how he began housekeeping. He, my father, said that 1 room had 2 large doors opposite each other, and the man of the house would sometimes, in the cold, cold winter, hitch his oxen to a log or 2, and throw the doors open wide, and actually drive the oxen right through the house, leaving the logs for the fireplace. I never saw that, but I have often seen the big logs one upon the other, burning on the hearth, and all the family gathered around, looking into the flames, eating apples, telling stories, playing games, and having a good time. But it was bad for the eyes and the back, unless you kept turning around to keep all sides warm, for the house was not plastered, and the cold wind would slip in under the door and anywhere about the windows. But the chimney at last was burned so badly, the man of the house must needs pull it down and build a brick one. And so it wasn't the same one at all? Oh, yes, about as much so as you are the same you, though you are so changed every 7 years, they say, that you are not just the same you. But no matter, we must consider the fireplace all the same, though it be made over a dozen times. Now, when the brick chimney was done, he put a queer iron thing into it called a crane, to hang the kettles on over the hot fire. Many and many's the time I've heard the mush boiling away in one of the pots that hung on the crane. Hour after hour it boiled, sometimes all the afternoon for supper, and seeming to say plup, 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 or sup, 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 supper. When it was done, after much stirring and boiling, Grandma would take an iron hook, and out would come the crane, swinging like a door. Then she would throw back her specs, lift the pot lid, give the mush another stir, and say, "Now for a feast as good as ever set before a king." Mush and milk, butter and molasses, and a pack of hungry boys and girls just in from doing the chores. Why, my dear little readers, can't I hear all your mouths smack this very minute for some? I don't see any gas about this. Just you wait, and maybe you shall almost smell it. After a time, wood became scarce. In some parts of the country it could hardly be had for love or money. Then what? Ah, the Lord always provides, as he did the lamb in the place of the lad Isaac, you remember. Some men were looking about one day among the hills of Pennsylvania, and they found a piece of a wood house sticking out of the ground with a bit of wood in it, though it looked no more like wood than a stone painted black does. But it shone so brightly that somehow they took it home, and somehow, I can't just say how, they got it to burn. Then they went back to the wood house and began to dig, and the more they dug, the larger the wood house grew, until they could find no limits to it. Then many of the neighbors went at it with pickaxes and spades. Then nearly all the people of the country, and now how many think you are getting wood there? 100? 10,000? Guess again. And can you guess what sort of wood it is? Do you know of anyone that knows how many cords of wood are in this house, and who piled it away there, and when? It does seem as though an army of children would have starved or frozen to death but for that fuel, found just at the right time, you see. But then the great and loving Heavenly Father had such a wonderful Christmas present to surprise the world with, something better and cheaper than this black wood. Some say there is no God to take care of the poor working men and women, and they think one of the ways of doing it is by burning up the property of the rich by strikes and such things. Meanwhile, the blessed God, whom these persons deny, often by one little word or act opens up millions and millions of treasures for the poor workers, and alas, so many never thank him for it. What was the treasure? I was just going to tell you. Another big wood house, bigger than all the barns, meeting houses, opera houses, and mills in your country. The logs must be chopped and hauled. The coal must be mined and carried on the cars. But this new fuel just comes, and comes faster than the fastest train you ever heard of. All that is necessary is to bore into the earth in certain places from 100 to 1,500 feet, and place an iron tube into the hole, long enough to reach your fireplace, and touch a match to the open end of the tube. Then look out for one of the hottest fires you ever warmed your fingers at. But be careful lest a lot of this new wood gets out into your room, and away goes the top of your house and yourself with it. However, I guess your pa will see that a first-rate plumber puts in the fixtures. After that, no danger need be feared from an explosion. Right in the hearth will come the little flames by turning some screws and touching a match. There are broken pieces of stone lying in the fireplace. These will become hot from red to white. Then you'd better not handle them. Now bring your cold fingers and feet, or go to the kitchen stove and see how beautifully your dinner is being cooked by this wonderful wood. There it is, too, heating all the stores, banks, schools, churches, and everything that will give it a chance to come through the iron tube. Now what say you? I guess this is gas. Yes, I knew you'd ask that. Who found it first, and what does it cost, and how does it look and smell, and when will it be all used up, and how far will it travel? However, if I shall tell you all I know about it, that would save you the trouble of finding out yourself, one of the very best things for you, trouble besides the joy of finding out some things without bothering anyone to tell. Now see if you can answer those questions yourself. This I will say, that Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, knows a great deal about this gas. Ask it. End of section 4. Section 5 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 5. A Boy from Thyatira. 12 years ago, a little boy, only 13 years old, stood bidding his mother goodbye. He was going a long journey with strangers across the ocean to stay a good many years. He didn't know how long it would be before he should see his dear father and mother again. He had very black eyes and hair and beautiful white teeth, and his skin was somewhat darker than yours when you've been playing bareheaded in the sun. For the rest, he was a little Armenian boy, born and reared in Turkey, and speaking the Armenian language. His father was a native preacher in Thyatira. And now this boy was to take a long, long journey to America to be educated, so that he might come back to work for the Jesus whom he loved so much. It was very hard to say goodbye for so long a time, but at last it was over, and the boy went down to the great ship that was to carry him over the ocean, trying to choke back the tears that would rise when he thought of his home and father and mother and playmates, and the missionaries whom he loved so much. So he knelt down by his little bed in the ship, and begged the dear Heavenly Father to go with him. Then there came a sweet verse to him to cheer him. Fear thou not, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest. He was very much bewildered when he landed in this country, at all the bustle and hurry and the strange language. He was put immediately into school and went to work at the English language. "Did you find it hard?" I lately asked him. "Hard? I should think I did," he answered. "Your language is so queer. See that horse tied to a tree. It is fast. And yet if he is running at full speed you call him fast. That window is locked. You say it is fast, but so is a young man that smokes and drinks and wears flashy neckties and carries a cane. It was a great puzzle to me at first. It has taken me all these 12 years to learn it." The boy has worked hard and is a fine scholar. 5 years ago he went back to his own country and spent a year in Smyrna among the Greeks, and now if you chance to have the pleasure of spending an evening in his company, he may take his guitar and sing to you the wild, sweet melodies of the Greeks, with their soft, musical syllables, and I'm sure you'll be delighted with them. Perhaps, too, he may give you the Turkish call to go to Jerusalem, and describe the caravan of Armenians as they start on their pilgrimage to the Holy City, with a young man ahead on a beautifully adorned camel, his head thrown back, his hands clasped at the back of his neck, and singing out the weird call which means something like this: "Come, all ye people, let us go up to visit Jerusalem. It will please all the saints. I have sold all my vast estates to fit me out for the journey. I have given up everything. Be not behind your leader. Come, let us go up, and we shall be saved." He will tell you, too, of his little brother, who has just started to this country to be educated. How often he will jump upon some barrel or box in the street and imitate the Mohammedan call to prayer with such exactness that his mother is obliged to pull him down quickly and take him into the house, lest some angry Mohammedan should seize him and punish him for his fun. The young man is now studying medicine and expects to return to his own country soon to begin work for his master. Shall we not all pray that his work may be blessed, and that many may be brought to Jesus through him? End of section 5. Section 6 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 6. Gowahatis. In the western part of the state of New York, there is a territory known as the Cattaraugus Reservation. This is the home of the Senecas, one of the tribes of the Iroquois, or 6 nations of Indians of western New York. There were 6 tribes that, in the early history of our country, formed a confederacy or union, and were sometimes called the Huron-Iroquois. One tribe was called by the Dutch Senecas, which at length became Senecas. A secretary of the Board of Missions, connected with one of the leading religious denominations, visited a reservation a year or so ago, and he tells us many interesting facts connected with these Indians, and concerning the work of the missionaries among them. 50 years ago, most of these people were benighted pagans, worshipping false gods, but today there is probably not a dozen persons among the 4,000 who have any veneration for heathen worship. This does not mean that all love and serve the Lord Jesus Christ. When you say that you live in a Christian land or in a Christian community, you do not mean that all the people in the land or in the community are real Christians, but you mean that all, or at least the most of the people, believe in Christianity. Now, how did it come about that these ignorant worshippers of false gods have become a Christian nation? You are not surprised to learn that it has been brought about through the efforts of a few earnest and faithful missionaries who have given their lives to the work of lifting up this people. But it is the story of Gowahatis that I started to tell you. She was the stepdaughter of Red Jacket, a noted Seneca chief, who received his name from wearing a scarlet coat given him during the Revolutionary War by a British officer. Red Jacket was bitterly opposed to the Christian religion, to missionaries, schools, and teachers. This stepdaughter, Gowahatis, was called Aunt Ruth by the missionaries. Her Indian name was significant of her position as leader of a certain dance performed by women alone. It was very honorable, and constituted her a sort of chief woman. Both mother and daughter strongly sympathized with Red Jacket in his opposition to the introduction of the religion of the palefaces, until, having been induced to listen for once to the preaching of the missionaries, they perceived its superiority to their faith, and desired to know more of the wonderful salvation which the Son of God had wrought out for all men, Indians as well as white men. They went again, but this coming to the ears of the old chief, he positively forbade them, threatening that if they disobeyed he would leave his family at once. The mother was very much alarmed, and for a time she ceased her visits to the mission house. But after a time she and her daughter took their blankets out into the woods one Saturday evening and hid them. The next morning they walked away from the house slowly, as if going out to the woods, and when they came to the blankets, they threw them hastily over their heads, and by a circuitous path made their way to the meeting. There they heard the words, "God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish but have everlasting life." This brought them to decide, once for all, to take the gospel and risk the loss of all things. This was a great step. Red Jacket would do what he had said. He would leave his family. This they knew. He was a very distinguished man. As his wife and daughter, they had been much noticed and had received many presents, but they would renounce all for Christ and everlasting life. They joined the mission church, were very earnest Christian women, they remained faithful unto death, and exerted a powerful influence in bringing others to Christ. A year or two after, Red Jacket returned to his wife, and acknowledged that he had done wrong in leaving, adding that he did not think that she was any the worse for being a Christian. And this thought came to me as I heard the story of these Indian women. They heard the truth once and were interested, twice and accepted. How many times have you heard it? Have you accepted Christ? End of section 6. Section 7 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 6. Our Tiger. Now, dear children, do not expect a terrible story of a wild animal, for our tiger was only a dog. When Jenny and I were little, we teased our papa for a dog to play with, and one night our hearts were made glad by his bringing one home to us. It had been living in one of the large freight depots in Boston, and had been so teased by little urchins that often lounge about such places, that he was fast getting to be very cross and snappish, so it was thought best to get rid of him. He never outgrew his dislike for boys, and would not allow them to touch him at all, but would often chase them, and sometimes bite them if they came on the premises. This hatred extended even to the youngest children, and from a little boy baby he would walk away in disgust, while he would allow a little girl to pull him about without a word of complaint. At one time we had an old cat which was determined to rear her 3 little kittens in the closet of mamma's room. The kittens were repeatedly carried back to the cellar, and as often Mistress Puss would find some way to take her family back to the closet. Tiger had evidently been watching the whole operation, and decided to take affairs into his own hands, as you will see when I tell you what happened. One day, Bridget, the cook, saw him go through the kitchen with something in his mouth. She followed carefully after him, and what do you think she found? You cannot guess, I know, so I will tell you. Tiger had brought down the kittens, one by one, in his mouth, and carried them into the backyard, where, having dug a hole for each, they had been placed and carefully covered with dirt. Bridget rushed into the house and said to us, "Oh, do come out in the yard. Tiger has made a cat's cemetery." We hurried out to see what she could mean, and found her words were true. There stood Tiger looking at his work, seeming to feel very proud to think he had found such an effectual way of keeping the kittens out of Mamma's closet. Tiger was not always so cruel as this, but sometimes showed great fondness for other animals. My papa kept many sheep, and one morning there were 2 little lambs born that were disowned by the mother sheep. Of course it would not do to let the little things die for want of care, so they were brought to the woodshed and put under my mamma's protection. They were soon named Dickie and Biddy, and being fed often with warm milk from a bottle, they grew rapidly. From the first, Tiger showed a great liking for the pet lambs, and would stretch himself out on the floor by the side of the basket, where he would remain for hours at a time. One day, after Dickie and Biddy had grown quite strong, he got them out of the basket onto the floor. How this was accomplished we could never quite tell, but I am quite sure they had some way of making each other understood, so that he coaxed, persuaded, and encouraged them to go beyond the narrow limits of the basket and see more of the world. After a while they were not contented to roam about the shed, but extended their journeys to the yard, and sometimes away down the street. This last habit would have proved a very troublesome one to us, if it had not been for Tiger's assistance in bringing them back. We had but to say, "Tiger, Dickie and Biddy have run away. Go find them," and away he would dash down the street after them. When he overtook them, they would all stand for a few minutes as though there were an explanation of the case being given, and then he would turn around and run home with both lambs meekly following him. I have watched him many times, and I never knew him to fail to bring them back. My papa used to go to Boston every day and return at evening on the horse cars, and Tiger would usually be found at the gate to meet him. Although these cars were constantly passing the house, Tiger never made the mistake of going to meet an earlier or a later train, but a few minutes before the customary time for my papa's arrival, Tiger could be seen going leisurely down the walk to be in readiness for the expected greeting. At last Tiger commenced to get old, and did not like the active sports of his youthful days, but much preferred to stay in the house and lie by the fire. Being fond of the company of the family, he would often creep into the sitting room, and quietly settle himself on the hearth rug, when mamma would sometimes say, "There is one here whose room is better than his company." Without another word, Tiger would get up, and with tail down, and a sidelong glance at mamma, he would sneak, in a crestfallen manner, to the door to be let out. Finally, when he got to be quite old, he was sick and died, and it was one of the sad days of my childhood when we buried him under the apple tree in the orchard. End of section 7. Section 8 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How Bennie Was Tempted. Bennie crawled out of his bed that morning with his mind full of the thought of apples. "The harvests are getting mellow," so Jack Burns had announced the day before, and every boy knows just what that means to all the boys who are so unfortunate as to have no harvest apple tree to climb and shake. After the climbing and shaking comes the scrambling down and the picking out of the fairest and best, And then comes the stuffing of pockets and the gradual, though not very slow, process of transferring from the pockets to the stomach. To all such unfortunates, it means an indescribable longing, an unutterable desire to climb somebody else's harvest apple tree. It means an uncontrollable appetite which only harvest apples can satisfy. You all know how Bennie felt. There was no apple tree in his father's garden. How could there be when there was no garden? The place which Bennie called home had no advantages in that direction, being 2 or 3 rooms in a rickety old tenement house. Now Bennie went to Sunday school, and he had learned the Lord's Prayer, and he never forgot to repeat it as he lay down at night upon his not very luxurious bed. And I think that Bennie understood what it meant when he prayed, "Give us this day our daily bread," for he had sometimes known what it was to want for daily bread. But when he repeated, "Lead us not into temptation," his ideas of that for which he asked were rather vague. That morning he started out with hair uncombed, face unwashed, with a ragged coat and battered hat, and walked directly towards temptation in the shape of Mr. Vinton's harvest tree, with its loaded limbs hanging over the wall. To be sure, he knew that trespassers were threatened with the constable and the jail, but then he thought maybe some apples will have dropped over the wall into the road in the night, and if I get there first, why, I'll have them if there are any. What's in the road belongs to folks as finds 'em first. And so he hastened along until he stood under the overhanging branches. There were no finds on the ground, and as Bennie looked up into the tree, the thought of climbing up the wall and filling his pockets came to him. Why not? There were plenty of apples. The squire would never miss a few. As for getting caught, it was too early for any of the family to be about. That sign was meant for boys who wanted to carry off a lot of apples. He meant to take only a few. And so reasoning, dallying with temptation, poor Bennie was overcome. Not more than 5 minutes later, Bennie lay helpless upon the ground, half buried under the broken branch and the fallen sign. "It is a wonder you weren't killed outright," said the squire's man who came to pick him up. "As it is, I guess the harvest apples and the astrachans and the pippins too are safe from you this year. Where do you live, youngster?" A broken arm and a sprained ankle. Not long in the doing, but what a long, weary time was the undoing. "The little rascal serves him right," said Mr. Vinton when told of the accident. "Send Dr. Grant down to set the arm and tell him to attend to the boy, but don't let May hear of it. She will be in a worry if she gets hold of it." But when was there a case of suffering among the poor, especially in her vicinity, that May Vinton did not get hold of sooner or later? It was not many days before Ellen appeared at Bennie's poor home with a basket of necessaries and delicacies for the boy's comfort, and asking if there was anything further needed. In the basket was a quantity of great, mellow-looking, yellow harvest apples, but when Bennie saw them he turned his face away and said, "Take them away. I don't want to see any harvests ever. It was good of Miss Vinton to send them, but I can't bear them. It seems just as if they had printed all over them, 'Thief, thief.'" Poor Bennie, his sin had found him out. End of section 8. Section 9 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ruby's Faith. She has something wonderful to think about on this June day. Bose is all very well, and Amelia Maria Emmeline is perfect in her behavior, but neither of these friends fill Ruby's thoughts. It is something that Papa told her only yesterday. They were out in the garden, with the breath of roses and heliotrope sweet about them, and Papa was giving her a few last, very high swings before they went in to dinner. "Will that do?" he asked, as Ruby went up among the high branches of the maple tree. "It will do for swings," she said as she came down to earth again, catching her breath a little. "I went real truly high then. I guess in a minute more I could have put my foot on one of the clouds. Now, Papa, tell me something real new and strange, something that I most don't know how to believe." "Then you wouldn't believe it, I'm afraid. You would say, 'Oh, I am sure that isn't so, because it couldn't be, you know.'" Whereupon Ruby blushed a little, for she sometimes found it hard to believe things that she could not understand. Still, she shook her head positively. "Not if you told it to me, Papa. If it was ever and ever so hard to believe, and you said it was truly, surely so, I should know it was. Try me, Papa." "Well," said Papa, considering, and picking a yellow rose to put in his buttonhole. "Let me see. How would this do? Do you remember last New Year's Day?"
"Why, Papa, of course I do. Don't you know how I snowballed you and Uncle Fred, and how I went to ride with my new Aunt Kate in a sleigh, and how we tipped over in the snow, and I cried, and nobody was hurt?"
"You remember the snow then, and the cold, and the ice on the river?"
"Yes, indeed, ice everywhere, and Harry went skating in the evening, and Uncle Fred said the ice was strong enough to bear an elephant."
"Well, suppose I should tell you that next New Year's morning you might go out with me into the flower garden and gather roses. Would that be something strange and hard to believe?" Then you should have seen Ruby's eyes.
"Oh, but Papa, I couldn't, you know, because roses don't grow in winter. They are all covered up with the snow."
"But you promised to believe what I said, whether you thought it possible or not."
"Oh, but Papa, I did not know you meant to say a thing that could not be. You didn't say it though, did you? You only said suppose. Won't you please, dear Papa, to suppose something for me truly that could be?"
"I have. I am not sure, you know, because Papa has not wisdom enough to be sure of anything. I do not know that I shall be alive next New Year, or that my little Ruby will be here to pick roses. But I say that so far as I can now plan, if things go as I want them to, I will take you out on New Year's morning and let you pick roses to put at Mamma's plate at breakfast."
"Real truly roses, Papa, that smell?"
"Real truly roses."
"And they will grow out of doors like these?"
"Certainly." It was very hard. Ruby not only remembered last winter, but the winter before, and she knew that at New Year's time the snow lay deep in the garden, and all her mother's plants were potted and standing on shelves in the conservatory. She wrinkled her forehead and wondered, and almost said, "But that couldn't be, you know." At last her face cleared. She looked up at her father and smiled. "I'm going to believe it, Papa, because you say so. I don't see how it can possibly be, but I mean to believe it all the time." Her father laughed and stooped and kissed her, looking greatly pleased. Then they went in to dinner. It was this wonderful promise over which Ruby thought today. How wonderful that Papa should mean to try to do any such thing as he had promised. She tried to think it out. Perhaps he meant to make a great big hole in the ground and sink a furnace there and keep it roaring away all winter so that the ground would not freeze and the roses would grow and bloom. She had never heard of anybody doing so, but there must be some way or Papa would not have said it. And how else could it be? Questioned Ruby. She told this theory, or at least suggested it to her 12-year-old cousin Tom during the day, and he laughed at it and reminded her how the plants in the conservatory froze last spring because somebody forgot and left the window open, though the furnace was going all the time. So Ruby gave up that theory, but clung to her father's promise, and at last resolved that she would not think any more about it, because it puzzled and troubled her. She would just believe it was true because Papa said so, and wait until she found out how. That was a year ago. Long before New Year's, Ruby had forgotten all about the promise. When there came a sharp frost in October and killed the white rose bush, she cried and remembered what Papa had said, but in a day or two she forgot it again. So did not the father. All that season he was planning and arranging so that he might prove faithful to his little daughter. Late in December the family took a long journey. Ruby was charmed with the cars and the steamboat, and with everything that she saw, and went to sleep on the last night of the old year, with the promise that she should be at their new home when she awakened in the morning, the home where they were to spend 3 pleasant months. Sound asleep she was when the carriage rolled through the avenue. Before Mamma had dressed her in the morning, her father called her. She was in a flutter of eagerness to go to him. "Mamma, he is out of doors!" cried Ruby. "I hear his voice under the window. Where shall I find my rubbers?" "You don't need rubbers, dear." "Why, Mamma, not to step out in the snow? Well, where are my coat and hood?" "You need not stop for them, dear. You may run right down to Papa as you are." Ruby stopped in the middle of the room, her boot half buttoned. "Why, Mamma!" she said, but Mamma only laughed and ran downstairs. Ruby followed 2 steps at a time. Papa stood in the hall. He caught her in his arms for a morning kiss, but she was almost too full of her surprise to give it. "Papa, Mamma said I might go to you out in the yard without my hood and coat and rubbers." "And blindfolded at that," he answered, as he whisked his handkerchief over her eyes. "I've something to show you that you are not to see until you get to it. But first, let me wish you a happy New Year." Then he ran with her through the hall, down some steps. She felt the fresh air, but it did not feel like January. In a few minutes more, the most bewildered little maiden you ever heard of was set down under a tree. "There," said the father, untying her handkerchief. "Pick roses, my dear, to your heart's content." There they were, a wealth of roses, red and white and yellow and delicate pink-tinted ones, and strange flowers standing near them, whose faces she had never seen before, and the breath of June was in the air. And this was New Year's morning. What did it mean? She was only 5 years old, and not very wise. She looked up at her father's face with a queer little smile, and said in a soft whisper, "Papa, we didn't die in the night, did we? This isn't heaven, is it?" "Oh, no," he said, almost smothering her with kisses. "This is nothing at all compared with what heaven will be. It is only the Southland of our own country, where the roses grow in January." There were a great many questions to ask and answer after that, and it was not until almost evening, when they were out among the roses again, that Papa said, "Little daughter, Papa kept his promise, you see, though you did not understand how he could. As you grow older, you will find that your Father in heaven has made some promises that you cannot understand, and you will not be able to see how it is possible for him to keep them. If this lesson teaches you to trust him anyway, as you did me, because he says so, and wait until he gets ready to show you the how, I shall be well paid for all my trouble. There is one thing to remember. Papa might have failed, but God, who knows the future as well as the past, never fails." End of section 9. Chapter 10 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By Moonlight. "I've such a splendid idea," said Josie Harris, meeting Lou Teniek at the corner. They always met at the corner on their way to school, and linking their arms, sauntered down the street, talking confidentially.
"Tell me quick," replied Lou. "There has been such a dearth of ideas lately that it will be quite reviving to get hold of a new one." "You know Uncle Dick took me to ride last evening, and we went out past the reservoir and up that hill, you know." "No, I don't know," replied Lou, laughing. But Josie went on, not minding the interruption. "And there was a band of gypsies camping right by the roadside, you know." "How should I know?" asked Lou mischievously. "Because I have just told you," returned Josie a little snappishly. "Well," she continued, "Uncle Dick stopped the horse, and we took it all in. There were about a dozen of them, men, women, and children, and they were eating supper. The moon was just rising, you know." "Again I ask, how should I know?" "Now see here, Lou Teniek, if you don't stop I will not tell you my idea." "Yes, you will. You cannot keep it to yourself any more than you can stop saying you know. Really, Josie, you have no idea how often you say it. It sounds so very funny."
And Lou laughed. Then, seeing that her companion was getting angry, she added,
"Don't be vexed, but you do say you know more than you have any idea of, and you remember we promised to correct each other's faults." "But we did not promise to laugh at each other's faults," said Josie sharply.
It seemed for a moment as if there might be a quarrel, but Lou remembered that a soft answer sometimes works wonders, and she said sweetly, "That is so. Now tell me your idea, and I will not laugh if you do say you know every other sentence." "Well, when I saw the gypsies sitting there in the moonlight, I thought how nice it would be if we could have a picnic by moonlight, and I said so to Uncle Dick. He said he thought so too, and he will take us over to the rocks tomorrow evening. He said I might invite all our class. That will make a nice party for 2 coaches. I am going to ask them today, only we won't call it a class picnic because we shall not want Maddie Hitchcock, and she might feel hurt if she should hear that it was a class affair." "Why not ask Maddie?" "Why, you know, she never goes anywhere with us. She doesn't belong to our set, and she has nothing to wear anyway. Besides, this is to be a picnic, and I do not suppose she could afford even to furnish a loaf of cake." "Would it be necessary? The rest of us could take enough for her." "That would not do. She is proud, like all such people, and she would be sure to carry some common sort of a cake, gingerbread or something that no one would touch. I think the better way is to leave her out entirely. She has never been used to being invited, and she will not expect it." "I know it, but still, if all the class were invited except her, she will notice it and feel hurt," said Lou. "But we will not say anything about the class, and she will not know anything about it more than that a few of us are going off for a moonlight frolic. We don't want her. She is nobody, and she will be snubbed by the rest if she goes. I think it is a real kindness to leave her out. You wouldn't want to eat her mother's cooking, you know you wouldn't." "I suppose I would not," replied Lou. "Still, it seems as if it is not quite right to leave her out." "Oh dear, your conscience is a troublesome thing to have around. I don't see any way to have her along. As for having her gingerbread mixed in with all the nice things we will take, I just won't have it. If you can contrive any way to ask her, and let her understand that we want nothing but the nicest kind of refreshments, why, you may ask her for all I care." "Do you mean it?" "Why, yes, but you wouldn't dare to do it," said Josie. "Wouldn't I? If I will manage it so that she is not hurt about the refreshments, you have no objections to inviting her?" Now Josie did not mean just that. She did not want Maddie, simply because she did not belong to one of the first families, and she was afraid that Tom Barber and Lily Gates would sneer. but she was ashamed to say this to Lou, so she replied,
"Do as you please, of course."
Josie lost no time in issuing her invitations, and the girls and boys of their division were in a flutter. Cakes, confectionery, and fruits were discussed, time and place of meeting agreed upon, and everything seemed to point towards a jolly time.
"Did you ask Maddie?"
asked Josie as they walked home together.
"No, I haven't found any way to manage it yet."
Josie laughed.
"I thought you would find you had taken a big job on your hands. I suppose you think I ought to give in and ask her, gingerbread and all, but I will not." "No, I will not ask any concessions," replied Lou, "but I shall not give up just yet. My fertile brain will find a way to accomplish it."
That evening Lou was making a purchase at a bookstore, and while the clerk was looking for a certain grade of notepaper which she wanted, she observed a boy who was trying to decide between blue and gold and some other combination in the binding of a small book of poems. The boy noticed her interest and finally appealed to her. "You see," he said, "Bob and Ned and I have been saving our money to buy a birthday present for Maddie. Tomorrow is the day, and the boys sent me to get it, but I don't know which she'll like the best. Which do you think is the prettiest?" Lou gave her advice, and then the boy said, hesitating, "We ain't no great on writing, none of us boys. Maybe you'd be so good as to write her name in it." Lou consented to put a specimen of her penmanship upon the flyleaf of the book designed for a stranger, as she supposed, and was much surprised when the boy gave the name Maddie Hitchcock.
"Is Maddie Hitchcock your sister, and is tomorrow her birthday?"
Both questions being answered in the affirmative, Lou went home with an idea which she proceeded to work up. The next morning, when the Moonlight picnic was under discussion, all the invited guests being present, Lou said,
"I have an idea. Do you know it is Maddie Hitchcock's birthday? Wouldn't it be a capital thing to make this a surprise for her? We can give her just time to get dressed, and she will think all this secrecy, which I know must hurt her dreadfully, was in her interest."
"Oh, you old schemer!" exclaimed Josie.
"I acknowledge myself beaten. I second the motion of our esteemed and brilliant friend. All in favor, please shout as loud as you dare."
What need to tell how it ended? The ride, the supper by moonlight, Uncle Dick's delightful after-supper stories, the surprise and happiness of Maddie, her grateful and graceful acknowledgement of the compliment, must be left to your imagination. As they were starting for home, Josie whispered to Lou,
"I mean to let you keep my conscience for me after this. If it had not been for yours, we should have missed half the enjoyment of this evening."
End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tom's Ambition. Back of Mr. Frink's house there is a grove. It is made up of about a dozen large, old trees, and I doubt if any boys ever had a finer playground than this same grove affords the Frink boys. One day last October I sat at the little gable window and looked out upon their sport. The dry leaves that partly covered the ground rustled as the boys ran about among them. They were enjoying what seemed to be a buffalo hunt, or perhaps it was a stag hunt. Boys have such vivid imaginations that I cannot be sure what they called it. Tom rode something which imagination turned into a fleet-footed horse, though it was, in reality, only a hobby horse. Toots and Boots, as the twins were called, had brought the robes from the carriage house and turned themselves into wild animals, which Tom was frantically pursuing with drawn sword. The sport lasted for some time, until Toots grew tired of it and wanted to do something else. But Tom insisted upon continuing the play, whereupon there occurred a quarrel. You see, these young friends of mine are not perfect. Did you suppose they were? Tom is a quick-tempered boy, and I am sorry to say he grew angry with the twins, and, after some sharp words, went off and sulked for an hour. That evening we all gathered about the open fire in Grandma Frick's room to talk over things. It is the habit of this family to talk over the events of the day, and I think it is a very good thing. It gives the father and mother a chance to set the boys right on many points. They are shown their mistakes and encouraged to confess their faults. "We had lots of fun today," said Boots. Now I will stop right here and tell you about these names, which may sound queer to you. The twins were named John Tutton and James Button, and I suppose when they are old enough to go to school they will be called John and James, but the little fellows nicknamed each other Boots and Toots, and Boots and Toots they are in the home circle and in the neighborhood. Now to my story. "So we did," chimed in Toots. "Tom makes a first-rate hunter. He sorted Boots and me until we thought we were deaded." "I'd like to be a real hunter," said Tom. "I'd like to hunt bears and buffalo and lions. Oh, I'd just like to fight monsters." And Tom's black eyes snapped and sparkled with enthusiasm. "Maybe when you get to be a man you can go off and fight 'em," said Boots. "Tom need not wait until he is a man to fight monsters," said the mother. "Neither need he go off to fight them." "Why, Mamma, there are no monsters around here," said all three at once. "I don't know about that. Seems to me I saw, or at least heard, one this morning, that it will take plenty sharp fighting to kill." "Why, Mamma, didn't you know that those wild animals out in the grove were only Boots and I dressed up in the old robes?" "I think Tom knows that there was another monster out there besides you two." "Mamma, do you mean me?" said Tom, his face flushing. "I mean the monster Selfishness, which took possession of you, and afterwards shared his kingdom with that other monster, Anger. You have need to fight those two old dragons, my boy, and, if you conquer them, it will be more credit to you than if you were able to plunge into the eastern jungles and fight the lions and tigers in their homes." Tom was still a moment. Then he said, "But, Mamma, when a lion is killed he is dead, and that is the end. But that old fellow Anger won't ever stay dead. He pops up every time just as strong as ever." "Ah, my boy, I am afraid you do not fight him with the right sort of weapons." Tom is a little boy, but he understood. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Selim. Selim and I became acquainted on this wise. His mistress left me in the buggy while she went into the store. Around came Selim's head. His eyes looked me over. Then his head came around the other side with another sharp look. Then he started as if he didn't like my looks and wanted to pitch me out. "Selim, nice Selim. Stand still, Selim, there's a good fellow," said I, gently and firmly. But again both his flashing eyes came at me, as if to say, "Who are you, and what business have you there?" I answered, "It's all right, Selim. Don't be troubled. There, good fellow, we'll soon go, and you'll be in the barn champing your corn." After that Selim seemed satisfied. We went together daily. He would come to me across the big field and let me put on the bridle and saddle. Away we would fly among the trees and beautiful lakes of Florida, miles and miles. In a day or two we would turn our faces homeward. He knew the way better than I. The roads went this way and that, and almost every way crisscross. There were neither people, nor fences, nor guide boards for miles to tell us the turns. Sometimes we would come to the forks of 3 or more roads, and I would say, "Now what, Selim? I don't know which of these is right. Do you, Selim? If you do, go ahead." Selim somehow knew every time. Once he pulled one way and I the other. We had quite a warm tussle there in the pine woods. I told him several times, "Selim, now I know you are wrong. This is the way." But he wouldn't move that way till I gave his neck a sharp slap. Then he dropped his ears and looked sulky and moped on my way, though often cocking his eye over in the other direction. In a little while, however, things seemed strange about me. "I guess you are right after all, good Selim. Go your own way now." What do you think he did? Why, wheeled right across through the woods to his own road, and in a little while we were home. And didn't I pat the wise fellow and praise him? Once I went to spring upon his back, but instead the saddle turned and tossed me right under him. Why didn't he step upon me or make off? Yet he stood still as a mouse, looking down as though he pitied my condition and would have picked me up. Selim is a handsome fellow, and wise as he is handsome. His family are much like him. A gentleman once let me take Selim's third cousin to ride 50 miles. I knew not one step of the way. There was no one hardly all that distance to tell me. "Never you mind," said this man. "My horse knows all the bypaths. He'll carry you straight there, only let him go his own way." I mounted him in the morning and let him go. When the sun was a half hour high, the noble animal had made the 50 miles and stopped at the very door whither I went. Selim lives in Florida and often walks among fine orange trees, and nobody scolds him for helping himself now and then. You would like to own him? So would I this very moment, and gallop through the woods with him. But I don't own him. His mistress would not sell him for many rubies. Did you ever think, what if a pig's head had been put on a horse's shoulder? As likely as not, if you or I had tried to make a horse, we should have given him such a shape or something worse. Perhaps we would have put his tail where his head is, or his eyes and ears in his feet. But God fashioned him wisely, putting everything in its place. So everything he did was good. Did you ever think it is better to be a horse than a sinner? Are you forgiven? If not, how are you as well off as Selim? End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. What Florence Learned Washing Dishes. "I've scrubbed and scrubbed and I can't get this off." Florence did not enjoy doing dishes, and there were so many this morning that her patience had nearly given out. "Try a little longer," I replied. "There must be quite an attraction between the pan and the dough." "Is this cohesion, Mamma?" she asked eagerly. "What is cohesion?" I returned. "I think you learned the meaning." "It's what makes two things that are just alike stay together." "Think a moment, Florence, and see if you cannot tell me a little more about cohesion." "Why, Mamma, you said that a piece of iron, and everything else, was made of lots of little tiny particles, and cohesion kept them all together so as to make one piece of the iron." "Then is this cohesion, dear?" I asked. "Why, the particles of dough and tin are not just alike, and you said that the attraction was not cohesion if they were not. But I should like to know what you do call this attraction," was Florence's perplexed reply. "This attraction is called adhesion," I explained.
Well, I wish there were no such thing as adhesion. I've not got this dough off yet.
I don't know what we would do without it, was my answer to this impatient retort. Do not you ever want two bodies of different kinds to adhere to each other, or stick together, as you say?
Yes, I put some butter on the tins a minute ago, and I should not have wanted it to come off, Florence answered.
And I've been writing, I said, and if there had been no adhesion between my pencil and the paper, what I've written could not have been read. Then Florence thought of her scrapbook and said that adhesion helped her in making that. By this time the dishes were done, and I told her that I would make some blacking adhere to the stove, and she might go and play. But before she went, she told me that adhesion is the attraction that exists between the particles of bodies of different kinds. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anaesthetics. This is May Pain, and you see from the appearance of her face that she has pain. And that is what I am writing about, and not her name. She has been a candy eater and a nutcracker, and now her teeth are sick. The poor child has cried with toothache for 2 days nearly. Her mother has tried a good many anaesthetics, but all to no purpose. The pain grows worse and worse. May declares that she can't stand it another minute, but she must stand it or have it drawn. But right there's the trouble, the dreadful pain of pulling. But, blessed news, her father has just come from the dentist's, who was extracting teeth without pain. He is now telling his sad child how it was done. The person sat in a chair and breathed what they called gas, and fell into a sweet sleep. And on awaking, found the aching teeth all out, and the sleeper knew nothing of it, never felt a bit of pain. Well, May's mother is putting her in shape for the dentist on hearing the good news. You see how nicely her dress and hair are arranged. 1 hour later, May is returning, happy as a lark. The tooth is out, the pain gone, and she saying, "Oh, I'm so glad of that anesthetic. What is it, Papa? Who found it out first? If I only knew, I would go a mile and hug and kiss him." "Your mouth is hardly clean enough for that, my darling," answered the father. "It's all right now, Papa," responded May, wiping away quickly a small blood stain. "I'm going to tell every toothache boy and girl that it is only fun to have 'em out, just by taking some anesthetic." "Anesthetic, darling?" Yes, Papa. Soon as I ever get home, I'm going for Webster to know all about what, Papa?" "Anesthetics, darling." And she did master the meaning of this queer-looking but blessed word, and when she saw that it came from 2 Greek words and meant painkiller or something like it, behold, the child asked her papa to let her study Greek to learn more about anesthetics. Daily she wonders if there are not many more anesthetics, and if some wise and good man, who loves and pities toothache folks, will not keep on searching for anesthetics. The other day she met her papa on his return from the city, and bounded into his arms, shouting, "Papa, Papa, I have read in a paper today that someone in Australia has discovered another anesthetic, and they call it Dramine, and it is better even than the one Dr. Giles gave me when my dreadful tooth was pulled. I'm so glad I don't know what to do. And then I read in my Bible that there is no pain in heaven. What a wise and good physician God must be." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Pledged. It was a hard-looking crowd. 3 or 4 rough men standing in front of what appeared to be a rude shed or hovel, but which was a saloon. Now, a saloon originally meant a spacious and elegant apartment for the reception of company, but the most of you know that the word has come to have a very different application. And when we speak of the saloon in these days, we mean chiefly a place where liquor is sold, and many times the place is far from spacious or elegant. Mike Rooney's place of business was narrow, dingy, dirty, and vile-smelling, and yet these men spent both time and money in that same unwholesome place. Without doubt, all were much the worse for their visit that morning, but one showed more plainly than the others the sort of entertainment to be had inside. While the others looked on and laughed occasionally, he was loud and boisterous, staggering about, swearing at the saloon keeper, who, he said, had robbed him, at his companions, and at 2 boys who were trying to persuade him to go home. These boys were the sons of the drunkard, and fearing that their father would get into a fight with his cronies, they wanted to get him away. It was not easy to accomplish their purpose, but at length they succeeded in getting him started. But they could not prevent him from every now and then taking a drink from a small bottle he carried in his pocket, and long before they reached home he was so overcome that he sank down by the roadside, and the boys were unable to get him up. "There is only one thing to do," said the older boy. "I will watch father while you go to the house for a blanket to put over him. Before you go we will roll him out of the road into the fence corner, and when we have covered him up we must go to our work." "Dear, it seems dreadful to leave him so," said the younger boy. "I know it, but it's dreadful to have him get so we have to leave him. I wish there wasn't a drop of whiskey in the world. If I had my way, I'd burn up all the places where they make it, and sink such places as Rooney's in the ocean so deep that they'd never come up." Presently Joe came back with the blanket, and the boys, having made their father as comfortable as they could, were obliged to leave him, knowing that in all probability he would sleep off his stupor and come home at night tolerably sober, unless he went back to Rooney's. As the boys were busy hoeing the few rows of potatoes they had been able to plant that spring, Joe said suddenly, "Say, Jack, don't people sometimes put their names to a paper that binds them not to drink any whiskey ever?" "I don't know. Seems to me I have heard of something of the sort. Why?" "Well, I thought if there should be such a thing, you and I better fix it so that we would never come to the place where father is. Don't you think so?" "Maybe," said Jack. "I am going to ask mother when we go to the house." The mother, being appealed to, told the boys that long ago, in the place where she came from, she had seen what they called temperance pledges, but she said she had never heard of any one in their part of the country signing one. And she added, "We've been here now going on 10 years, and in all that time I've never heard a sermon, nor seen a minister, nor heard of a temperance man. I declare I had almost forgotten that there were such things." "I'll tell you what I'm going to do," said Joe that afternoon. "I am going to write out a pledge, as mother calls it, and put my name to it. I shall never feel safe until I have bound myself not to touch liquor. I don't mean to be like the men around here." And with a piece of a pencil and a scrap of paper, Joe wrote out his temperance pledge, the like of which was never seen anywhere. It ran thus: "I ain't never going ter drink any whiskey, nor gin, nor any cider nother. I ain't going ter go in ter any places where they drinks it, because I don't want ter be a drunkard and go staggering around. I am going ter be a teetotaler." "That is what mother says they called folks as drinks only water," he explained, pointing to the last word of his unique pledge. "I didn't know how to spell it, but I know what it means." And he signed his name, saying, "There, now I feel safe. You won't ever catch me at Mike Rooney's. Jack, put down your name." 5, 10 years have passed. The other day one who has known them always said, "It is a wonder those Martin boys are temperance men. Why, their father was very intemperate, and died from the effects of liquor. But both the boys are set against drinking, even moderately, and against the traffic. Jack told me he did not believe in license at all, high or low, and Joe carries his pocket full of pledges, which he tries to persuade every boy he meets to sign. He says that signing a pledge saved him." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A city founded by a deer. Now I am going to tell you how this deer, or one that looked like it, founded a city. Of course you'll believe what I tell you, because I was there and saw it done, having been born there. Rome, you know, was founded by Romulus. That is to say, he was the chief spoke in the wheel when it began to be. Maybe there would never have been built so much as a hut but for the wide-awake Romulus. Some years ago, and 150 miles north of New York, and about 50 west of Albany, there lived a few families in a place called Stump City. It was wild and cold in the winter, almost as Greenland. I have often seen the snow there 6 feet deep. Oh, the long and dreary winter! Most of the land was as poor as the snow was deep. Now this was the very spot where our city was builded together, and it was done by the deer, as it was said. And it was on this wise. One of those neighbors came home with a deer skin, and another neighbor happened in at the time, and they said, "What's the use of a deer skin unless it is tanned or dressed?" So they dressed it after a fashion. The next thing was to make mittens out of it, and they did that after a fashion too. But no sooner were the mittens made than every one in the neighborhood wanted a pair. So other skins were bought, and they were soon turned into mittens and gloves and moccasins after a better fashion, and distant neighbors heard of these wonderful wares for the hands and feet in the winter, and they came for miles to get them. Then poor cold Stump City, with its 3 or 4 families, began to look up. Every man, woman, and child went into the business. Even then they could not supply the demand. Distant towns sent word, "We want some." Then peddlers started out with horse and sleigh in midwinter, often with a great load of the precious wares tied with buckskin strings in dozens, and all packed nicely in a big box, so neither snow nor thieves could harm them. Away they would dash, east, west, north, south. In a few weeks back they would come, the big box empty, their pockets full of money or notes. In a little while the few families multiplied to 40, all the newcomers learning how to do it. Soon there were 1,000. Big mills rose up, fine houses, stores, churches, and seminaries, gas and railways, and I know not what all. A real city now occupies the place of Stump City, and its name is Gloversville. It is one of the finest towns in all the great state of New York. Go through the streets, and you'll be surprised to see how busy every man, woman, and child still is. It's one of the last places to go if you want to rust. There are machines and machines, often many in the same house, and from early morn till long after sunset they hum and buzz till you'd think everybody and the very air would get crazy. No one goes crazy, however. The hum has become sweetest music to Gloversvillians. It annually makes money for them to the tune of millions, and I am glad to say they pour thousands of it into the Lord's treasury. So much for what that deer did. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tommy and Tabby. I did not know but I would write Tabby and Tommy in order of merit for reasons which you will see. But on the whole, I decided to give Tommy the first place. The story is this. Tommy Lawrence and Fred Smythe were friends. They had made mud pies together, built shanties together, played marbles together, and had seldom quarreled with one another since they were little more than babies. Nothing in the heaven above, or in the earth beneath, or in the water under the earth could dissolve their friendship. So they thought, at least. But you will see how it was something in the heaven above, or very near it, I suppose, that did come near severing the bonds of friendship that so closely encircled their hearts. Tommy and Fred each had a kite. These kites had both been bought of the same man who had made them. They were quite new, and were so exactly alike that even the owners could not tell them apart. The said owners went out one afternoon to fly the said kites, and selected Fred's father's pasture for the purpose. All went well until Tommy's kite caught in a tree, and Fred came to help him. In so doing, he allowed his own kite to become entangled in the same tree. Alas, what a pretty plight! "Well," remarked Tommy, after they had both been pulling a while at the strings, "the only thing to do is to climb up and get them down that way." So they mounted the tree, and with much pulling and maneuvering got the kites disentangled. But, dear me, while one was quite whole, the other was so badly torn that it was obvious to both the boys that it could never be used again. "That's too bad," said Fred. "Never mind though, Tommy, I'll let you use mine sometimes." "Indeed," said our hero, "I'll let you use mine sometimes, you mean. I'm sure that's my kite." "I'm sure it isn't," said Fred. Then followed a heated discussion, the details of which you can better imagine than I can describe. In the midst thereof both boys trampled on the object of the dispute, and the result was it made little difference who was the owner. But that didn't alter the fact that each boy was right and the other was wrong. Tommy went to his house by the back gate, and Fred went to his by climbing over the fence, to keep as far from his former friend as possible, as both families used the same gate. It was noticed among the Smythes and the Lawrences that the boys didn't play together till bedtime out in the alley, nor did they go for the cows together as usual. Tommy was, therefore, questioned by Aunt Abby. "What is the matter between you and Fred, Tommy?" "Nothing." "I thought you were angry with each other." "Well, we are." Then the whole story had to come out. But neither of the boys could be convinced that it was his duty to forgive the enemy so long as he showed no signs of repentance. One morning, shortly after the beginning of my story, Tommy was lying lazily on the back porch. On the steps below him, Mrs. Tabitha Mousecatcher was preparing to enjoy a plate of meat and a saucer of milk, but just as she got her nose in the former, Muff, her feline friend, owned by Fred Smythe, jumped over the fence and greedily shoved it away. So Tabby resorted to the saucer. But Muff, by that time, was thirsty, and again insinuated her nose in it. Alas for Tabby! It really appeared that her visitor was not going to even share with her, and had not Aunt Abby appeared and driven Muff away, she would have gone hungry till dinner time, I fear. "Naughty cat," said Aunt Abby as she flourished the broom. "You have had your breakfast and Tabby has had none, yet you come and try to eat all of hers." By that time the school bell was ringing, and Tommy left and saw no more of the cats. Mrs. Mousecatcher went to the barn to see her kitten, but it had been around the house, and immediately asked her why she didn't fight Muff for eating up half her breakfast. "My child," said Mrs. Mousecatcher.
"When you are older you will learn better than that. Muff and I are good friends, and I hope will continue to be. Never quarrel with people, my dear, no matter how much harm they do you."
So it came to pass that evening, when Tommy was out on the porch again, Tabby and Muff were frisking around the yard in a very delightful manner, with never a speck of ill humor. And when Tabby came in for the evening, Muff walked by her side. "See there, Tommy," said Aunt Abby. "Do you remember how Muff treated Tabby this morning? And see how forgiving she is. She didn't refuse to play with her this evening. I think it is too bad to be more unforgiving than a cat." That was all. She went right into the parlor, but Tommy began thinking. Pretty soon he went in to say good night to all of them, and added to Aunt Abby, "I declare, Aunt Abby, I won't be meaner than a cat." "I am very glad," said Aunt Abby, and she kissed him. So the next morning, as Fred was going out of the gate, Tommy came up. "Say," he began. It is convenient to have an introductory word like that, you know, no matter how little sense there is in it. "Say, maybe that wasn't my kite." Fred looked up in astonishment. "Maybe it wasn't mine," he said. "It isn't worth the fuss now, anyhow." "All right," said Tommy. "Then we'll make up." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Libupdegraff. When I was a little girl, 11 years old, there came to our school a big girl 13 years old, whose name was Elizabeth Updegraff. But we never knew her as Elizabeth. The day of her first appearance on the front seat, she replied a great many times to the question, "What's your name?" And her reply was always, "Libupdegraff." So Libupdegraff we called her. Her coming was a great event. She was no better looking than the rest of us, but she had new ways of combing her hair, and she wore citified clothes that caught our eyes at once. For Newtown was but a village, and a little slow as to fashion. Then, too, the new girl had an independent manner when she talked to the teacher about what she knew, and a superior manner when she told us wonderful stories of what she had seen and done. Besides this, she could ride on the cars for nothing, because her father had something to do with the railroad. Who knows why such a girl so easily becomes a leader of other girls? In 2 weeks we found ourselves yielding to Libupdegraff's demands, imitating her tricks of speech, anxious for her praise and afraid of her ridicule. But like many other things in this disappointing world, she proved more a splendor than a comfort. In a confidential but unsparing way she exposed the faults of her dearest friends, and showed us their hitherto unsuspected treacheries. She taught us the folly of too much respect for our teachers. She kept herself on both sides of the misunderstandings that began to grow numerous, and some way she made every girl think herself Libupdegraff's particular choice. This was only for a while, of course. We lost faith in her through various experiences, though so long as she was among us, she exerted a strong influence and made trouble. To tell all about her pranks, I should have to write a book. I began a task not quite so hopeless, to tell about her party. I am afraid I was easily flattered, years ago, when I was a little girl. Libupdegraff's attention certainly flattered me, and she began to show me more and more. One day she let me see a boy's picture in her locket, and the next day she invited me to her party. About the boy she told me a mighty secret. She was going to boarding school in 2 or 3 years, and if she didn't like it there, she intended to run away and marry him. She made me promise not to tell this. I hope you will not consider it a breach of confidence because I write it here, for I learned afterward the boy was her cousin, grown up and married at the time of which I am telling you. She made me promise, too, not to tell about the party. It would only make the rest of the girls mad, for her mother wouldn't let her invite any other girl in Newtown except me. All the rest of the company were coming from some great city where Libupdegraff used to live, and they were all rich people who wore splendid silk dresses to do their washings in, and no end of diamond rings. Tell anyone? Indeed, I didn't. Not even Aunt Maria, of whose approval I had some well-founded doubts. For Aunt Maria was old-fashioned, and had about the same affection for my new friend that she had for evening parties. I felt that life had its discouragements, as I wondered what she would say to a combination of the two evils, when I went to her for her permission. But 2 days before the party Aunt Maria made a welcome announcement. Penelope Smith had the rheumatism, and Aunt Maria was going to spend a week with her. Penelope Smith lived up the river, had never married, and had no one to live with her except Help. So, when she was sick, Aunt Maria used sometimes to go and stay a while, because she and Penelope had been girls together. On these occasions Uncle Joe and I lodged at home and took our meals with old Mrs. Rhodes, a proceeding I enjoyed well enough to make Penelope Smith's rheumatism no sort of an affliction so far as I was concerned. I made up my mind not to ask Aunt Maria before she left if I could go to the party. I said to my conscience that she was too busy to be bothered. Besides, it might rain, and then I shouldn't want to go anyway. I felt as if it would be a good plan to wait and ask Uncle Joe when the time came. Uncle Joe was not so careful and troubled about many things as Aunt Maria was, and consents were more easily won from him. So, not until the very night I had waited for, did I present my petition, backed by a glowing description of the honor and happiness it would bring me. And Uncle Joe, dear easy man, didn't know of any objection. He had some business to do down that way, and might as well do it then as at any time, and call for me at 9:30 or 10. He even showed a good deal of interest in the very way my hair was curled, and in Mrs. Rhodes' method of adjusting my blue sash over my best white dress. It was pretty late in Newtown for white dresses, being the middle of November, but Libupdegraff said rich people wore white dresses in the deadest of winter, low-necked and short sleeves at that. Some way, although I had foolishly thought it a special glory, I didn't like to tell Uncle Joe that I was the only girl in the place who had been invited, and when he supposed I would call for Minnie Delancey or Lou Blamfield, I said nothing to the contrary, because I thought perhaps it would be better if he supposed so. But I remember when I had said good-bye to Mrs. Rhodes and Uncle Joe, and had fairly started, a solitary party-goer, for Libupdegraff's, I was not perfectly happy. For it looked as if it would be dark before I reached there, and I was afraid of the dark. I began to think of the consequences of offending the nice girls whose pleasures had always been mine. I almost wished they were going. What if the great people would not notice me? I hurried along, well wrapped up to cover my summer clothes, not to keep me warm, for excitement made me warmer than any August day. But even hurrying brought me across the long, close river bridge and to the end of my walk, only after lights had been shining from windows fully 15 minutes. But no illumination brightened the house of the Updegraffs. It looked so dark and forbidding that I passed it several times, back and forth, before I dared to ring the bell. It was a loud bell. I could hear it plainly, even above the thumps of my heart. And it was answered by a lady with very long earrings, who looked surprised when she saw me. I asked her, in a weak voice, if Libupdegraff was at home. Yes, she was. I asked in a weaker voice if I might see her. The ladies said if I would come in and sit down, perhaps I might. She said it not very cordially, and left me alone on a high, springy, haircloth chair, feeling so uncomfortable that the time she was gone seemed dreadfully long, although it was probably 5 minutes. I think Mrs. Updegraff was not a kind-hearted woman. She came back and told me her daughter was too tired to see company and was going to bed. She looked, as she said it, as if she was annoyed because I was there. I slid off the mountainous chair in agitation. "Isn't there any party here?" I asked, and when she laughed and said there was not, hurt pride, fear of the dark road home, and a miserable sense of being utterly out of place were quite too much for me. I began to cry with vigor as I moved toward the door. It may be Mrs. Updegraff was sorry for me then. At any rate, she said it would do no good to cry, and that I needn't go home alone, for she would send Joe with me. Mrs. Updegraff intended that as a favor. I felt the intention, and for a moment it was a small grain of comfort. Joe was a pleasant name to me. It came to my mind that Joe was a good-natured big boy who would take me safely to my Uncle Joe. It never rains but it pours. Joe proved to be a tall, bony woman with a hideous, flat nose and a row of projecting teeth, making a short white line across the blackest face that I had ever seen. Negroes were scarce in Newtown. If they had been scarcer, I should have been happier that night. I was afraid of the dark, to be sure, but I was more afraid of a dark escort, and I was most afraid to show my fear, and so passed out from the unfriendly house without further speech with its chilly mistress. Once outside, my fear increased. Libupdegraff had told me some stories of witches, and I wondered if there really were such things, and this one belonged to my tricky schoolmate. I remembered, in that hour, how a crazy black woman at Scott's Corner used to wear a knife in her belt. This black woman did not talk. What if she was so angry because she had to go home with me that she would throw me off the bridge to get rid of me? A bright light from a window shone across our way. I looked stealthily up at Joe. 2 black, stiff horns of braided hair stuck up in front of a red handkerchief. 2 black spots rolled wildly around on 2 white eyeballs. And had I said, "What makes your teeth so long?" I would not have been surprised had she answered, "The better to eat you, my dear." Suddenly I was seized with a desperate resolve to run away. In the deep shadow of a great haystack near the fence, I took my first bound, and ran on with all my might. Cinderella overtaken by 12 o'clock could not have put distance between herself and the ballroom faster than I did between myself and my fancied pursuer. Panting, crying, more and more terror-stricken at every step, imagining myself hotly chased, I only stopped when I was safely in the presence of Mrs. Rhodes, who stood amazed at the early return of a wretched reveller from Libupdegraff's party. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How he escaped from the press gang. All who have studied and been interested in the history of our country will remember that during the reign of George III, and even before that time, Great Britain had made it her right to search American vessels and to impress from them anyone suspected of being a native-born British subject. By the exercise of this unjust power, thousands of American seamen who had never seen the British domains were violently taken from merchants' vessels, and many of them thrown into English prisons as deserters, while others were forced into the British service. A few of these impressed seamen managed, in divers ways, to make their escape. Among the fortunate few was one, Thomas Maine, whom a score of you now speak of as our great-grandfather. He lived in Philadelphia, and from helping to build ships and boats, conceived the desire to cross the ocean and seek his fortune. So when his friend, Captain Rutherford, offered him the situation of ship carpenter on his merchant vessel, he accepted. Captain Rutherford had been doing a thriving trade between Philadelphia and Canton, and having already made several successful voyages, he did not suppose that, in the present instance, any particular one of his crew would be exposed to more danger than another. But so it happened. The Martha Washington was peacefully sailing on her course in mid-ocean, the crew busy at their several duties, when a vessel was seen approaching. Gaining upon the merchantman, the strange vessel was found to be one of King George's frigates, and, when within hailing distance, from her deck was shouted the ominous command, "Shorten sails and lie to." Captain Rutherford was not a coward, but the great gun pointed at his vessel, ready to be fired into it, warned him that it would be wisest to obey and shorten sails. Then, with the boldest assurance, a British officer, with several of his men, boarded the merchantman and insolently ordered the captain to show his ship's papers. Fortunately, the papers were pronounced all right, and no objections were found with the cargo. The crew must now be mustered on deck, and each man was closely questioned to discover his nationality, for England's motto was, "Once a citizen of England, always a citizen." Now it so happened that every man on the vessel could speak German or else Pennsylvania Dutch, and answered adroitly in these languages the questions put to them. But ja and na were all that this one poor man could say in Dutch, and being obliged to answer in pure English, his questioner had no mercy on him, and at last exclaimed, "You are a deserter and my prisoner." The captain remonstrated, putting into the officer's hands Mr. Maine's protection papers, made out in Philadelphia, showing him to be a native of that city. The officer was inexorable, and Thomas Maine, ship carpenter, amid the protestations of his comrades, was forced on board the British man-of-war. He was a brave man, and determined to endure patiently this terrible ordeal, but always praying the great ruler of the universe to help him to escape from the unjust ruler into whose service he had so unexpectedly been forced. So, with a cheerful courage and smiling face, he obediently did the work appointed him, and soon became a favorite of the British crew, although, at times, insults were offered him and his country, which were hard to bear. He felt homesick, too, and one night, crawling out of his hammock to the upper deck, sat watching the full moon slowly rising from the horizon. The silvery patch reflected on the bosom of the ocean seemed a link between him and the cozy little home he had left. Might not his fair young wife even now be watching with him? And as the rolling orb mounted higher and higher, he fancied it bearing a message of love to him from her and their boy. The thoughts of home caused him to feel more keenly his situation. How welcome at that moment would be the sight of one familiar face! Ah, how things unexpected do happen! A light tap on his shoulder, and a low voice asked, "Are you Thomas Maine of Philadelphia?" He turned to recognize the face of James Jolly, an old acquaintance, and a native of the same city, who, months before, had also been impressed. The two men, so strangely brought together, now became warm friends, and helped to keep each other in good heart. After being in the service some time, Mr. Maine was appointed to build a small boat which was needed as soon as possible. The old deserted shipyard to which he was transferred to do the work was surrounded by an insurmountable fence. The two men put to help and also to guard him no doubt felt that their captive was secure, and, being jolly fellows, were more interested in a game of cards than in boat building, and often left the workman alone. Taking advantage of this, Mr. Maine gradually unloosened a board in the fence, and at the close of a summer day, when the boat was nearly completed, he squeezed his body through the opening, and in a moment was standing in a level road. A quick glance around, then with the speed of an arrow he darted forward. All night he traveled onward, fearful of being pursued, but praying God for direction. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. And it is comforting to know that all along the Christian's pathway, be it ever so dark and uncertain, God is able to raise up helpers, as he now did for this troubled seaman, who, when the morning dawned, saw a little house near the roadside. Only an aged woman went in and out. Knocking at the door, she opened it with a welcome. "Come in," she said cordially, when he had asked to be directed to the nearest seaport town. "Come in and rest and have something to eat." Hungry and faint, the offer was too tempting to be refused, and as he ate, the motherly dame kept asking questions until she had found out he was trying to escape from the press gang. She knew all about the press gangs, and, although an Englishwoman, did not approve of innocent men being taken from strange vessels and kept for life from their mourning families. "Trust me and I will help you," she said abruptly. "There is no time to lose. Your pursuers will, no doubt, soon be on your track. Come." And as she led the way up a very narrow flight of stairs to a low attic, she told him how she had already helped two men to escape from other gangs. Tumbling a pile of bedclothes to the floor, a large old chest was revealed, the lid of which she lifted and bade him climb in. He looked doubtfully into the capacious chest, and then looked into the kindly face of the stranger. Yes, he could trust her, for truth and benevolence were reflected in her aged countenance. It was well he did not hesitate, for she had barely time to arrange the bedclothes and get downstairs before two men entered. From his hiding place he heard them ask, "Granny, have you seen one of our men pass this way?" He shook in the chest as if seized with an ague fit, but the men merely looked up the stairway, remarking, "'Twould be hard even for a sailor to climb through that old," and then hastened on their way. Then the good woman led him out the chest, and when he had changed his clothes for a suit that had once been her husband's, she directed him to a small seaport town where she thought it would be safe for him to go. She did not ask his name, neither tell him hers. Like the Good Samaritan, she found him in trouble, gave him help, and sent him on his way rejoicing. When the seaport town was reached, he went directly to a sailor's inn. While seated by a table refreshing himself with a simple lunch, wondering what he should do next, several seamen followed each other into the room, talking in Dutch. The sound of their voices startled him. Jumping to his feet, would you believe it? He encountered his old friend, Captain Rutherford. Then there were hearty grasping of hands and tearful thanksgivings, and before he had time to determine what he had better do next, he found himself lifted on the shoulders of his old comrades, and from thence transferred to the familiar deck of the Martha Washington. It was the second voyage they were making since his impressment. "You will go with us to Canton, Tommy," said the captain. "But the press gang," he pleaded. "The press gang. I fear I shall be overtaken." "They won't find you. If we fall in with the British robbers again, we'll smuggle you under a pile of sand kept ready. Should they stumble over you, they shall take us all," promised the captain. "Yes, all," echoed the crew to a man. And so he went, but this time no dreaded British frigate crossed the path of the American merchantman, and after an exceedingly prosperous voyage, Thomas Maine with his comrades landed safely in the city of Penn. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sketches of Two Missionaries. Anne Hazeltine was born in 1789 at Bradford, Massachusetts. She was the early friend of Harriet Newell, who was born at Haverhill, Massachusetts. Mrs. Hazeltine was remarkable, from early years, for an active, buoyant spirit and great industry and perseverance. At the age of 17 she united with the Church, and her life, hitherto gay, became now one of earnest piety. She taught for several years in the villages adjacent to her native home, but in the year 1812 she gave up all the pleasures and comforts of her home, united her destiny with that of Dr. Judson, and went forth as a missionary to benighted India. At the present day, when travel is hardly a labor, but a pleasure, we cannot realize the magnitude of the undertaking. The letter from Dr. Judson to her parents may give you some little conception of the dangers to which she would be exposed. "I have now to ask whether you can consent to part with your daughter, to see her no more in this world, whether you can consent to her departure for a heathen land and her subjection to the sufferings of a missionary's life, to her exposure to the dangers of the ocean, to the fatal influence of the climate of India, to every kind of want and distress, to degradation, insult, and perhaps a violent death. Can you consent to all this for the sake of him who left his heavenly home and died for her and you, for the sake of perishing immortal souls, for the sake of Zion and the glory of God? Can you consent to all this, with the hope of soon meeting your daughter in the world of glory, with a crown of righteousness brightened by the acclamations of praise, which shall redound to her Saviour from heathens saved through her means from eternal despair?" On February 5, 1812, these two noble souls were united in marriage, and soon embarked. Mr. and Mrs. Newell were on the same vessel. They landed at Calcutta June 18, and were warmly received there by Dr. Carey. Soon afterwards, however, they took passage to Rangoon, and after a tedious voyage they planted their weary feet on the shore of their new home. Time would forbid me to take you, my dear readers, through the years of toil of these Christian missionaries. I must not forget to tell you, however, that Harriet Newell found an early grave in the Isle of France. She was only 19 when she laid down her burdens, but pilgrims from every land have stood beside her sheltered grave, and her death has done, perhaps, more for missions than even her life could have accomplished. Some time after Mr. Judson's arrival, he was made a prisoner, and for months subjected to great cruelty. Oh, how faithfully did his loving wife cling to him there! She was allowed to visit him, and, with her own hands, she made for him a little bamboo shelter, where sometimes they permitted him to sit for a while with her. The condition of these prisoners was indeed heartrending. 100 of them shut up in one close room, and as Mrs. Judson looked in, the sight seemed almost too much to bear. Mr. Judson was seized with fever, and his devoted wife built him another bamboo shelter, and by entreating the governor time and again, she got leave to place her husband in it. The accounts of this period are truly distressing. For 6 months she was confined to a wretched little room, half filled with grain, without bed, chair, or table. At times she was almost deprived of reason. Great abuse was heaped upon Mr. Judson during his imprisonment. She writes, "I could not rise from my couch. I could make no efforts for my husband. I could only plead with that great Being who has said, 'Call upon me in the day of trouble,' and who made me feel so powerfully this promise that I became composed, feeling assured that my prayers would be answered." It seems very sad that Dr. Judson could not be with his devoted wife at the time of her death. After his release, they had been so happy again, but it was necessary for him to go to the Burman capital, and leaving his wife in good health, he went with comparatively a light heart. But he was never more to see her on earth. Months after, he writes, "You ask me of the sufferings at Ava, but how can I answer now? There would be some pleasure in reviving those scenes were she alive. Now I cannot. The only comfort is, that she now rests far away, where no executioner can fill her heart with terror, where no unfeeling magistrate can extort the scanty pittance which she preserved through every risk to sustain her fettered husband and famishing babe. No, she has her little ones around her, I trust, and has taught them to praise the source whence their deliverance flowed. And when we all meet in heaven, oh, shall we not be happy, and ever praise him who endured the cross to confer such a crown?" From the interesting lines written of Mrs. Judson, she must have been one of the most remarkable and heroic of women. Her death was calm and triumphant. Though her sufferings were great, she sent messages of love to her devoted husband. She said, "Tell the teacher I could not write, tell him how I suffered." Again she would say, "The teacher is long in coming, and I must die alone and leave my little one, but it is God's will, and I acquiesce." Then she would call the nurse, and entreat her to be kind to little Maria. The little one soon followed her precious mother, and was laid beside her under the hopia tree. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A dark evening. He was just discouraged, and that was the whole of it. He sat close to the stove, leaned his ragged elbow on his knee, and his cheek on a rather sooty hand, and gave himself up to troubled thought, the two books which had slipped from him lying unheeded on the floor. Let them lie there. What was the use in trying to study? Here was the third evening this week that he had been held, after hours, when he wanted to go to the night school and find out how to do that example. He might just as well give up first as last. There was a loud stamping outside, and the door of the little flag station burst open, letting in a rush of winter air. "Halloo!" said a boy of about 14, muffled to his eyes in fur. "Halloo yourself," said the boy by the stove, without changing his position more than was necessary to glance up. "Has the 6 o'clock freight gone down yet?" "Not as I know of. I wish she would be about it. I've been waiting on her now an hour after time." "Lucky for me she is behind, though. I guess I can catch a ride into town on her, can't I? I've been out to Windmere and missed the 5 o'clock mail. I set out to foot it, but it is rather rough walking against this wind, especially when you have to walk on ice. I'd rather be toted on in the freight than to try it. Do you suppose they will give me a lift?" "You can sit down and wait and try for it if you like," and the boy glanced toward a 3-legged stool. "I'd give you this chair, only it hasn't any bottom," he said, with a dreary attempt at a smile. "The stool is all right. Do you have to wait every night for the freight?" "No, not much oftener than every other night. It isn't my business to wait at all, but as often as 3 times a week the fellow in charge wants me to do that or something else after I'm off duty. So you fill up the time with reading. That's a good idea. What have you here?" And the visitor stooped and picked up the fallen books. "Arithmetic and history! You are studying, eh? Well, now, I call that industrious. Where do you go to school?" "Nowhere. I pretend to go to the evening class at the 23rd Street station, and sometimes I get there twice in the week, and sometimes only once. It's a discouraging kind of studying. I've been after one example for 2 weeks and can't get it." "Whereabouts are you?" "Oh, that old fellow! I remember him. I can show you about it. There's just a mean little catch to it. But you've done well to get so far along." Then the two heads bent over the book, and over the row of figures on the margin of a freight bill, and presently the face of the discouraged boy lighted with a smile. He saw through the catch. Then there was a little talk between the two. Ralph Westwood learned that the boy was an orphan, was working at the freight depot beyond his strength and on very small pay, because times were hard and boys plenty, that he had a little sister in the orphans' home, and the ambition of his life was to learn and become a scholar and earn money to support the little sister. He went to school regularly while mother lived, and worked between times to help support himself, and mother wanted him to be a scholar, and thought it was in him, but she had been dead for 2 years, and things were growing worse with him, and sometimes he was discouraged. Then the freight came, and Ralph Westwood caught his ride into town, and had only time to say, "Don't give it up, Charlie. Who knows what may happen? Christmas is coming." "Christmas," said Charlie to himself with a bitter smile. What could that bring to him but more work, because of an extra train, and late hours and scanty fare, and not even time to run up to the home to see little Nell? Didn't he remember how it was last Christmas? As for Ralph Westwood, he waited only to brush the snow from his clothes and wash away the stains of soot from his hands, which must have been left when he shook hands with Charlie, when he sought the handsome library where a gentleman sat reading. Here he did not even wait to reply to the cordial "Good evening," which greeted him, save as his polite bow was a reply. Then he dashed into his business. "Uncle Ralph, I've found your boy for you." "Indeed, that is quick work. Where did you find him?" "I blundered on him. The very one. I didn't know why I should have missed the 5 o'clock train, and he didn't know why he should have to do overwork tonight. I hope we shall both have a glorious reason why worked out before our eyes." Then he drew a low chair in front of the lovely grate fire and told his story. That was 3 weeks before Christmas. A great deal can be done in 3 weeks. Ralph Westwood and his Uncle Ralph did a great deal, and at the end of the time knew almost more about Charlie Watson than he knew of himself. The end of it all, or more properly speaking, the beginning of it all, came to Charlie on Christmas Eve, an invitation to Dr. Westwood's elegant home to meet 7 boys, all of whom were in the Sabbath school class which Charlie had just joined. I wish I had time to tell you about the dinner table to which they all sat down. Roast turkey, of course, and cranberry sauce, and chicken pie, and jellies, and tarts, and all the elegancies of an elegant dinner, the like of which none of them had ever seen before. At each plate was a bouquet of roses. Think of roses at Christmas for 8 hard-working homeless boys. Some people might think they didn't like those roses with all their hearts, but some people don't understand some boys. Slipped into each bouquet was a slip of paper which said on it "Merry Christmas" in beautiful writing, and then followed wonderful things. One paper was a receipt for a year's house rent for one of the boys who lived with his mother and had hard work to meet the landlord's agent each month. Another had an order on a certain tailor for a full suit of clothes, such as it could be plainly seen he very much needed. Every one had something. When Charlie Weston read his, he turned red and pale by turns, and stammered and trembled, and knew not what to say. It was longer than the others, and it took him some time to understand it all, but at last he made out that he was to enter the Fort Street Grammar School as a pupil on the Tuesday after New Year's, and that his home was to be at Dr. Westwood's office, which he was expected to keep in order in return for his board and clothes. What an amazing chance had come to him! Do you wonder that he trembled and stammered? But, after all, I don't know that he was any happier than Ralph Westwood, who hovered about him in great satisfaction, and in one of the pauses of his duties as assistant host, found a chance to murmur, "I say, Charlie, aren't you rather glad the 6 o'clock freight was late that night?" End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Perfect Gentleman. Victor Sage and John Mills were cousins. They lived in the country. At the age of 14, they started for the city to seek their fortune. Victor's father was rich, John's poor. They very soon got good places, the first in a store, the second at a trade. They saw but little of each other. In the same city lived an old friend of their father's. He had 2 daughters. Their names were Della and Celeste. One evening word came from the 2 youths that they would call. Mr. Dodd, the girls' father, had met them and invited them to spend the evening with his family. So they came. Victor was richly dressed. John's clothing was very plain. His face was very plain, too, and he was bashful. He could hardly speak without making a mistake and blushing. But Victor knew how to be very polite and to say a great many smart things and to talk large. He wore a diamond ring, and as he talked he managed to make it sparkle so all could see it. But the evening wore away. Victor and John said good evening and departed. The door had hardly closed behind the young gentlemen, however, when the girls began to express their minds about the callers. "That Victor is a perfect gentleman," began Della. "What a costly ring he wears! It must have cost several $100. "And did you notice how fine his coat was?" added Celeste. "What a perfect fit! His waist was as trim as a lady's." "They say he is very rich," continued Della. "His father lets him have all the money he wants." "And, my poor child, do you think that money makes a gentleman?" inquired her father. "Why, papa, you would not call a real poor man a gentleman, would you?" argued Della. "And suppose, my child, that tonight I should lose all we have, this beautiful home and our store, and we should have not $50 left. Your father would be poor, but wouldn't your papa be a gentleman?" Miss Della blushed to think she should have pronounced Victor a gentleman because he seemed to have plenty of money. "But, papa," said Celeste, "you surely couldn't think that John Mills was a gentleman. Did you see how coarse his clothes were? And Victor hinted 2 or 3 times that John's father is nothing but a mechanic and doesn't own the house in which he lives." "And do you think it was like a gentleman for Victor to tell that? Is John to blame because he was born poor, as your own father and mother were, and 1/2 of the city people who are now so rich?"
"But," said Della, "how can one be a gentleman and be so awkward as John Mills? Why, he seemed as scared as a deer every time I spoke to him. He doesn't know how to speak to a lady. Poor fellow, I felt sorry for him, though I did almost laugh right out in his face."
"He will outgrow that," said her father. "But I'm sorry if my daughter was so rude as to laugh at one of her father's guests." and Della blushed again at her father's rebuke. But Celeste spoke up.
Papa, you must own Victor is a perfect gentleman in his manners and conversation. I was perfectly fascinated with his bow. It was just perfect. And he knows so much about everything in the city.
Too much, I should think, again was the quiet reply of the father. John Mills appeared far more the gentleman to me, because he didn't seem able to say anything about theatres and sporting and dime novels. Now Mary, the servant girl, was passing in and out, removing the fruit and cake, and gathering up bits of the talk. She did not quite close the door after her when she had carried everything away, but they could hear her muttering to herself the names of Victor and John, as though she knew not a little about them both. So Celeste called to her, "Mary, Mary!" and the girl stood in the doorway. "Mary, did you hear what we were talking about?" "Und sure, it's not in me to stop up my ears." "I didn't know," continued Celeste, "but that you knew something about the two young gentlemen who have just left. I thought I heard you mention their names. Did you ever see them before, Mary?" "Indade, I have seen one of them and heard, that I have."
"Which one, Mary?"
"Him that ye call Mr. Victor."
"Hope you don't know anything bad of him, Mary."
"It's not the likes of Mary Maloney to be tellin' tales about people, sure."
"It's all among ourselves," suggested Della. "Say what you know of Mr. Victor. I'm sure it can't be bad."
"'Deed and truth, Miss Della. If it's not bad nor good, what shall I be after calling it? What is it, thin, to be a lettin' one's poor washerwoman go unpaid week in and week out, and be a starving herself and her chillers? And to be a buyin' of diamond rings, and a sportin' at theatres, and a gamin' with the money that should pay honest debts? And if I know more about this young gintleman, as ye call him, that's not to his credit, sure, and shall I be tellin' all I know?" And Mary withdrew, closing the door behind her and leaving the other room and its occupants in silence. Mary had told a most painful truth. The disappointed Della and Celeste then for the first time seemed to realize that "it is not all gold that glitters." But greater still was their surprise when their father drew from his pocket a letter which John's mother had received from her son, and which she had thought well to forward, unknown to John, to her old friend, out of the joy of her heart, as an evidence that her dear boy was doing well, though in a great, wicked city. The letter ran thus: "My own dear mother, how are you doing? I think of you hourly. How glad I should be to run over home and see you every day. But how can I, being so far away? It is very hard to bear this separation, but it will soon pass by. My trade will be learned. Then, mother dear, you will come and live with me, and I will support you as a queen. I send you what I have, after paying my board. I only wish it was $5,000 instead of 5, but it is all I have. And it is so much pleasanter for me to send it all to you, dear mother, than to buy 1 penny's worth for my Christmas, or to go to the theatres as I am often urged to by— I can't bear to mention his name, but I fear he is going astray very fast since coming to the city. You remember Mary Maloney, who used to live with the Wrights? I sometimes meet her on the street going to market. She knows all about him from another girl whose mother does Victor's washing. But maybe I ought not to say these things about him, but I am very much troubled. Pray for him, dear mother, and remember me in this dreadful city. I am now in the Sunday school and love my teacher. Hoping to hear from you very soon, dear mother, I am your affectionate John. My daughters, said the father, putting up the letter, which of the 2 callers is the gentleman now? End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Their Day of Trouble. Cousin Mattie watched them as they went down the road. It was the queerest little house you ever imagined, that one where the Parkers were spending the summer. The window from which Mattie looked after the little girls was scarcely large enough to frame her head and shoulders. The little girls, looking back, thought how very pretty she was, and Nellie expressed the thought of both when she said, "How sweet Cousin Mattie is! Doesn't she look too lovely for anything this morning?" "Yes, Mamma says she wears too many ornaments, but some way I like to see them on her." Mattie's last words to them were, "Now, girls, don't stop to play and lose the letter, for it is very important." And she said to the little birds that were hopping about among the vines that crept over the window, "It is a hot, dusty walk for the children. These country roads are horrid. I must get up a little surprise for them. I do hope they will not lose that letter. If Edward gets it tonight, he can bring up the medicine for Mrs. Mumford, and I am sure it will relieve her of that distressing cough. I do hope he will get it, for there will not be another opportunity for a week, and the poor woman will cough herself into a consumption before that time." Nellie and Hattie went down the dusty road until they came to a strip of woodland that bordered the road on one side. Beyond the wood, away at the left, was the village, which could be reached much quicker by going through the wood than by going around by the road. "Let's take the short cut," said Nellie, and to this proposition Hattie agreed. There was no path through the woods, but the distance was short, so there was no danger of getting lost, and in a few moments they had passed into the open fields beyond. They crossed a little stream on a footbridge, clambered over a fence, and were in the highway again. But at this point Nellie exclaimed, "The letter! Why, where is it?" "Have you lost it?" asked Hattie in alarm. The letter was certainly gone, and neither could tell where it had been dropped. "I handed it to you when I stopped to put those flowers in my hat," said Nellie. "And I gave it back to you right there by the berry bush," said Hattie. "We must go back and look for it," said both. And they went back searching carefully over the way they had come. But their way through the woods had been irregular, and they could not tell exactly where they had walked. They went back to the point where they were certain they had the letter, then sadly went over the ground again and yet again. At length, as they were about in the middle of the wood, Nellie said, "Perhaps we go separately. I will go back to the fence, and you go on to the other fence where we missed it, and then we will meet here." Very slowly, and with eyes upon the ground, each went over the space designated, thinking of Cousin Mattie's last words, "It is very important." Poor Nellie was in despair. Her little heart was nearly broken, for she was the one to whom the letter had been entrusted, and the one who had dropped it. Suddenly she sank down upon the ground, and, burying her face in her hands, sobbed in an agony of grief. Then there came to her almost as if she had heard them spoken, the words, "Call upon me in the day of trouble, and I will deliver thee." Surely this was a day of trouble, but who was speaking? Who had power to deliver in such a time as this? Ah, Nellie knew. Though she had never tested the promise, she knew who made it, and she believed it. Close by where she was sitting was a little clump of bushes, and pressing her way into these, she knelt and called upon him who was able to deliver. Again and again she repeated her simple petition, "Show us where to look. Help us to find the letter. I ask for Jesus' sake." As she came out of the bushes, some way her heart was lighter, and she was not surprised when she saw Hattie running towards her, holding up the letter. "Where did you find it?" she asked.
Let's hurry to the office for fear we may be too late, and I will tell you as we come back," replied Hattie. The letter was just in time. The postmaster said, "If you had been 3 minutes later, it would have been too late for today's mail." "Now tell me where you found it," said Nellie as they started for home. "Well, I went over the ground and came back and you were not there, so I went once more, and when I came to the place where we were to meet and you were not there, I stood and thought. And then all at once I remembered that somewhere there was a big hemlock tree which had been blown down, and that you went one side of it and I the other. I looked for the tree, and there I found the letter on the other side of the trunk." "I remember," said Nellie. "I went around there to see if there were any partridge berries on the little knoll. How queer I did not remember before." "Well, I thought how queer it was that I happened to remember just then," said Hattie. "I don't think that was queer," said Nellie. Now perhaps you think that Nellie told her sister she knew how it was that her thoughts were just then directed to the old tree. But she did no such thing, at least not then. It was some days after that she came across the verse, "Ye are my witnesses," then she went and told Hattie. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Christmas Stories. Grandpa and Grandma Barker lived alone at the homestead. Not exactly alone, for there was the faithful Huldah, who had lived there with Grandma so many years that she seemed quite like one of themselves, and Patrick, who had been the man of all work out of doors for more years than the little Barkers and Wilsons and Delands could remember. The homestead was a roomy old house. The front door opened into a broad hall, and on either side of this hall were large square rooms, one of which was always called Grandma's room. Upstairs there were what seemed to the grandchildren no end of bedrooms, with the great fluffy beds into which the little ones sank until there seemed to be danger that they would be lost entirely. As Christmas approached, the children and grandchildren began to gather at the old home. Rooms which since last Christmas had scarcely been opened were aired, and the beds were made up with the freshest linen and warmest blankets. Huldah went about smiling, building up the fires, or rather laying the kindlings and wood ready for lighting as the travelers should arrive. The pantry shelves were bending under the weight of good things for the table. Christmas was always a family festival with the Barkers, and this year it was to be more complete than ever before. All the children had determined to be there. Some of them had been obliged to take long journeys for the purpose. Aunt Louise had come all the way from Washington Territory, and Uncle Harmon had only just landed from a long voyage to some out-of-the-way place in the vicinity of the North Pole. Every child and grandchild, and even several great-grandchildren, were there. Was not this an important occasion, even the golden wedding of the heads of the family? 50 years they had lived together in the old house. 50 years of sunshine and storm, but more sunshine than storm, Grandma said, and Grandpa responded, "That is because you have been here always." And looking into the calm, placid face, one might well believe that she had ever been the sunshine of the home. Though the home seemed full of guests who came from a distance, on the morning of Christmas Day there were more arrivals from the neighborhood, uncles and aunts and cousins who had lingered near the old folks spending their lives thus far amid the surroundings of childhood. When all were gathered, the great square rooms were pretty well filled, and what a troop of children! When dinner time approached, Annie Deland and Grace Wilson got the children ready. Such a tying on of aprons and bibs! Then the girls formed them into a line,
and after having practiced marching them through the long halls upstairs, when the bell sounded, they marched them down the front stairs through the hall into the dining room, and had them seated at the children's table without the least confusion. Uncle Harmon declared it was well done, and Aunt Louise was frank to say, "I was dreading this part of the day. I expected the children would rush in pell-mell as soon as the bell rang." Both Annie and Grace felt well repaid for their trouble. The dinner! Don't expect me to talk about it. I could not do the subject justice, but I assure you the partakers were able to do it full justice. It had been arranged that after dinner should be the children's hour. Grandpa Barker said that for 1 hour everybody who called themselves grown up must hold himself or herself in readiness to entertain those who did not consider themselves grown up. Thereupon Aunt Louise said, "I have always been a child, and I am not going to play I am old today." But as she had been set down in the family Bible as one of the older children, they all laughed at this little speech and told her she could not get away from the story she was to tell in that fashion. Grandpa was the first to talk, and, as was fitting, he gave the younger ones some bits of family history. He told them how away back in 1793 his father had settled upon the farm in a log cabin which stood upon the identical spot where the house they now occupied stands. He told them how the Indians killed his father and carried his mother away into captivity, and how she escaped after being with the Indians 2 years. The children who had never heard this story of their ancestors were much interested, while the sons and daughters of the old gentleman who had heard it often in their childhood listened attentively, thinking that perhaps it might be the last time they would hear it from their aged father's lips. "And now," continued Grandpa, "I am going to tell the children how we as a family escaped a worse captivity. 60 years ago," he began, "there was a distillery upon this very farm. Down there by the creek, if you look carefully," he went on, "you may see a few stones which still remain of the foundation. We did not hear much about temperance in those days, but I remember that father went to Massachusetts one fall to visit his relatives, and while there he read some writings of Dr. Lyman Beecher on the subject, and the result was that he thought a great deal about the matter, and when my oldest brother was made a cripple through reckless driving when under the influence of liquor from my father's own still, why, we all felt that the time had come to throw off the chains that were fast being forged. For every one of us drank more or less, and we felt the habit was growing upon us. With my father, to determine was to act, and within a week after his mind was made up, the old distillery was no more. We were poorer for a time after that, Grandpa told them, yet my father always said that was the wisest thing he ever did. And I remember, too, he used to pray that his sin committed in blindness and ignorance might not be visited upon his children. After Grandpa had finished, there was a call for Toddles, as the youngest Barker was called. In answer to the summons, Toddles's mamma lifted the wee creature upon the broad mantle, and she recited a little poem which Aunt Louise had written, and, in behalf of the children, she presented Grandpa and Grandma Barker with the gift of the 3rd and 4th generations gathered there. Then, when Toddles had finished, it was Uncle Harmon's turn. He told the story of his own first going out from the old home. In 1848, as you may have learned in your school books, gold was discovered in California. A laborer employed by Captain Sutter in digging a ditch discovered on a fork of the Sacramento River some pieces of gold. This was followed by other discoveries, and soon the news was spread that gold could be picked up in California like pebbles in a gravel bed. It was true that an almost fabulous amount of the precious metal had been discovered, and though more than 30 years have passed, the supply is not yet exhausted. The news which had spread like wildfire reached us here in this quiet place. If it is still called a quiet corner of the world, I can assure you that 40 years ago it was still more so. Half a dozen of the boys of this neighborhood took the gold fever, and it went hard with some of us. A few had it lightly and soon recovered, but as for myself and 2 others, there was but one cure, and that was to undergo the hardships of the long, perilous journey, the disappointments that awaited us on reaching the land of gold, and the hard work of making a fortune in the face of obstacles. We landed in San Francisco in 1849. It was a town of only a few hundred inhabitants, and those living in wretched houses, hardly more than huts. But on my return from the mines a year and a half later, I found it a town of 15,000 people. Crowds had rushed in from all parts of the globe, drawn there by the desire for gold. But I want to tell you, children, that there were a great many graves made in California during those first years of the gold excitement, graves in which weary, disappointed men were laid, and in many a home in our eastern states there were mourning hearts, desolated, poverty-stricken homes from which the husband and father had gone out after more wealth, only to die. The same energy and perseverance which would have made successful business men at home was needed to make gold hunting a success, and those who went with the hope of making a fortune in a few months were, for the most part, a disappointed company. And I want to tell you, children, that money honestly earned is that which gives the greatest satisfaction. These boys here will do well to remember this, that the only royal road to fortune is that of honest industry and persevering energy. "Time's up," said Grandpa. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Claribel. A dainty perfumed note had been handed in at the home of the Munsons that morning. Its contents were to the effect that Master Louis Bonney desired the company of his little friend Claribel to help celebrate his 8th birthday. The hour appointed for the party was a very sensible one, 3:00 p.m. Claribel's mamma had one of her headaches and was unable to write a note of acceptance, but the little girl brought the ebony writing case from the library and sat down to write, or rather to print, her answer. With a little help from mamma, she was able to finish it. This is what she wrote. "Master Louis Bonney, I am coming at 3:00 to your house. Claribel." Nurse Chloe carried the note across the street to Mr. Bonney's, and Master Louis was very happy, for Claribel was one of his favorites, though they sometimes quarreled. Claribel had never been away from home without her mother or Nurse Chloe, but upon this particular day Mrs. Munson's headache not only prevented her from going with her daughter, but made it quite impossible for Chloe to attend her little mistress. The paroxysms of pain were so distressing that it was necessary that someone should be at hand, and none of the other servants understood just how to care for the sufferer. But Claribel promised to be very, very good, and especially she promised to guard her temper. The child, though on ordinary occasions very sweet and loving, was given to occasional fits of rage, and she needed the soothing and controlling hand of her mother or nurse at such times. Mrs. Munson had sorrowed much over this fault of her little girl, and had sought by various means to cure her of the habit. And that morning, as she lay in her darkened room and heard Claribel chattering to Chloe, or singing softly to herself, she thought of this sad fault, and wondered if she had done all she could to help the little girl to overcome. This mother did not know herself about how Jesus helps the dear children to overcome their faults, and therefore she had never taught her child to ask the dear Lord to keep her from the sin air free. Chloe sometimes took the little girl to church, but she never went to Sunday school. Her mother thought Sunday school was for poor children who had no one to teach them at home. But as for religious teaching, Claribel was no better off than the poorest child in the city. At length the hour arrived for the party, and when Chloe had dressed the little girl very carefully, she sent her in to ask her mother if she was satisfied with her appearance. Mrs. Munson was sitting up, and feeling somewhat better. She turned a wan face towards Claribel and smiled faintly, expressing her satisfaction, and as she lay back among the pillows, saying, "If only my little girl remembers." "Yes, mamma, I am sure to remember. I'm sure I shall be good today. I am going to have such a lovely time." "But, Claribel, everything may not go just to your mind. And you know, dearie, you are apt to forget yourself and get angry if things do not go just as you wish. What can I do to make you remember?" "Your hand on my shoulder makes me remember sometimes, but I can't have that today," said the child. "No, you cannot always have mamma's hand," replied Mrs. Munson sadly. "Oh, mamma, I have thought of a plan. Ray Morris's mamma let him wear a ring to help him to remember to be pleasant to his cousin. Wouldn't you just let me wear your little pearl ring today? Then when I look at it, I shall remember." "I see, but I fear you'll forget to look at it." "No, I'll look at it all the time." "Then your little friends will think you a vain little girl," said mamma, smiling. "No, I'll tell Louis to remind me if I go to getting cross, and he will just shout, 'Claribel, look at your ring.' Then they will all laugh, and I'll laugh too." "Well, we'll try it," and mamma fitted the pearl ring to one of the chubby fingers. Then Chloe came to take the little girl away and to escort her to Mr. Bonny's door. There she left her, promising to call for her at 8 o'clock. "How is mamma?" was Claribel's first question when Chloe came for her that evening. "She is much better," replied Chloe. "She sat up and took her tea right pert." "I must see her tonight. I've got something to ask her." And in vain the old nurse tried to persuade Claribel to wait until morning. "It will make mamma feel better to hear what I have to tell her," persisted the child, and as usual she carried her point. "The ring helped ever so much," said the child. "And now, mamma, I have just the nicest plan. Miss Burr was there. She is Louis's aunt, and she showed us a little magazine called by such a pretty name, the Pansy, and she told us about the society that belongs to it, and how children can join and get a badge, and that helps you remember. And there's a whisper motto, and you send 10 cents and get letters, and your little brothers can join too." "What is this child talking about?" said Mrs. Munson, laughing, in spite of pain and weariness. "I do not quite understand you, my dear." "Why, mamma, I understand. It is as plain as can be. I've got the address written down, and you send $1 and get the magazine, and that will tell you all about it, and you promise to break yourself of a bad habit, and I thought you would like it because I get cross." "Yes, dear, I would like it, and you shall have the badge. I begin to see what you mean. You think the badge will help you remember, just as the ring did?" "Yes, mamma." "Well, dear, we will see about it tomorrow. Kiss me good night now. In the morning you shall give me the address, and we will send for this wonderful badge that is going to help quick-tempered little girls to overcome." Claribel wears the Pansy badge now, and she does not forget the whisper motto, "For Jesus' sake," and sometimes Claribel's mamma finds herself murmuring, "For Jesus' sake." End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Toda Tadatsu. Toda Tadatsu is a native Japanese preacher. He was adopted by a chief and learned from his adopted father the arts of war, expecting to become a warrior. But according to his story, when he was 15 years old, he thought it was not good to know how to fight only, but would be better to learn to read also. He entered a school, and having learned something about science and art, he desired to learn the English language. For a time he could find no one able to teach him, but a friend who had learned English in Tokyo returned and began to assist him. He was not satisfied with his progress, and resolved to go to Tokyo and learn more. He was desirous of learning foreign languages and of knowing more about science as understood by the English, but in his heart he hated the foreigners. He had heard the religion of Europe and America called Christianity, and was anxious to know about its doctrines. Here again he found difficulty in finding someone to teach him. As he was seeking for books containing the information he desired, he found in a bookstore in Tokyo a copy of the New Testament, which he read often and carefully, but he failed to understand it. He says, "I could comprehend the precepts of Christian morality, but salvation through faith in Christ I could not understand." One strange idea took possession of his mind while he was still ignorant of the way of salvation. He says, "I wished to become a teacher of the Christian religion, as I thought this religion was very good to make the country civilized. I lived then with an uncle of my wife, who was a prince and owned large estates. But this uncle hated all Christians, and threatened to drive me away if I became one." After a time, Toda felt he ought to be baptized, and thereupon he, with his wife, was driven away from his uncle's house. He says, "I wished to tell this uncle about Christianity, but he hated me so he would not see my face. But my own father was living, and when I told him of God's love in Christ, he became a true Christian. At first my faith was weak, and I did not fully experience peace in my heart, but more and more I came to realize the power and blessedness of the gospel, and now I wish to live wholly for the Lord." This was several years ago, and now I want to tell you how God has used this man in the work of bringing others to a knowledge of Christ. He gave up home, rank, and wealth for the sake of the gospel. He counted it a privilege to be a servant of Jesus Christ and a messenger of salvation to his own people. After laboring 3 years, there was, through his efforts, a church in one Japanese town of 60 members, another in another place of 25 members. Later, in Tokyo, he built up 2 churches, and then set about the work of establishing a school for boys where the Japanese youth might be taught the truths of the gospel. As I read the story of this man and that other story which you, too, may have read of the finding of a testament floating upon the water, I thought, how marvelous is the power of the printed word of God to influence the hearts and lives of men. And I wondered, do we, who have been familiar with the Holy Book from our earliest recollection, study it as we ought? Can we realize what it would be to have no Bible? But there are millions who have never heard of the Word of God, who have not even heard of God. Are we doing what we can to send them the message? End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Marie Antoinette. This unfortunate but lovely queen was the daughter of Maria Theresa of Austria. She was born in 1755. The dawn of her young life was full of splendor, but destined soon to darkness and gloom. She was very beautiful and light-hearted and exceedingly amiable. She was also very gifted. She inherited more of her father's than her mother's character. Indeed, she was greatly devoted to her good father Francis, and when acquainted of his sudden death, her grief was uncontrollable. Marie Antoinette's childhood was a busy, happy one. She was surrounded by much to impress her youthful heart. She resided in the palace of Schönbrunn. At 14 she became affianced to Louis XVI of France, and when 15 became his wife. He was a mild and amiable man about 20 years of age. With great splendor the youthful pair were conducted to Versailles. This was in 1770. The great of Europe rallied around them. After remaining a short time at Versailles, the newly married couple went to the palace of the Tuileries, destined to be the scene of much future sorrow. I fear the young people had no great love, however, for each other. You know they were married because it was so willed by others, and without having an opportunity to become acquainted with each other. Paris was in a tumult of joy when Marie entered. The shouts of thousands filled the air. Painters drew her beautiful features, and poets sung her charms. The crowds surrounded the palace, and she stepped out onto the balcony amid the applause of the vast assemblage. After some years 3 children were born to the king and queen, and now followed many dark and dismal years. You know something of the horrors of the French Revolution. This terrible cloud lowered over France and burst in awful fury. Every insult was now heaped upon the unfortunate royal family, once so loved in France. Angry mobs surrounded the home of Marie Antoinette, and dreary imprisonment and death now awaited both herself and her husband. They who so lately had known all of earth's glory were now penniless beggars. As the carriage passed which bore them to prison, a great crowd lined the streets, and heaped upon them every insult. And now the doors of the temple were locked upon them. It was a dreary, dismal place. It was in the centre of Paris, near the Bastille. It was dreary night as the royal captives entered it. Soldiers, armed, were stationed about them. Madame Elizabeth, the king's sister, was with them, and Marie's 2 children. She spent the whole night in tears. Next morning a poor breakfast was served the unhappy prisoners. The children clung tenderly to their beloved parents. They were soon denied even pens and paper. And such was their condition for 4 weary months. Their very clothes were threadbare. About this time the king was executed, torn away from his now much-loved wife. Before his death he said, "How do I rejoice that I maintained my Christian faith while on the throne." This was in 1793. Over his grave Napoleon began a magnificent temple in memory of Louis XVI and other victims of the Revolution. But after Napoleon's downfall, it was not completed until the Bourbons were restored to power, and is now the Church of the Madeleine, and is very grand. The spot on which Louis fell is marked by an obelisk brought from Thebes in Egypt. He was a good king, and loved his people. All Europe was horrified over his death. Soon after this, the lovely queen was executed, and afterwards the Princess Elizabeth. The boy died from privation, but little Marie survived, and finally married the Duc d'Angoulême. What a sad, sad history is theirs. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Railroad building. "Come, boys," said Will to the others. "I'm tired of this humdrum play. Let's get up something new and big." "Agreed," came from the others. "But what shall it be, Will?" "A railroad," was the prompt reply. And they all shouted, "A railroad! Hurrah, boys! That's just grand! We'll do it! But who knows how?" "I do," came from Will. "Father's an engineer, and you see I hear him talk to Mother about it every day." "Your father an engineer!" exclaimed several. "Don't Mike Riley and Tim Sullivan run all the engines?" And Will answered with a loud, "Ha, ha, ha! Run engines! Ha, ha, ha!" And his sides shook with laughter. "Compare my father to Mike and Tim. My father builds railroads." And they all said, "Oh!" "But what's the first thing, Will, to build a road? A spade and hoe, or what?" "Money! $100,000, and just as much more as you can get. Father says you can do anything with money, but all the money in the world couldn't have saved little sister Rose from dying." At that a large tear came to Will's eye, and the boys all looked at him in silence. Then he wiped his eyes and went on. "Come, boys, say how much you'll give to the new railroad." Thereupon Will smoothed off a spot in the sand and wrote his name, and opposite he put, "The right of way and no charge for engineering." "And what's the right of way?" they asked. "You can't build roads in the air. You must have ground, and when you get it, you've the right of way. See? I'll get that from Father down in the orchard along the trout brook." "Good for you, Will!" they all shouted. "Here, Rob, you sign for the ties. Alec for the rails, and Jim for the rolling stock. Dan must build the depot. Come up now and sign like men of enterprise. Be liberal and prompt, and we'll have the cars running by the 1st of June, and declare a dividend, of fun at least, every day." All this speech from Will, and each one wrote his name under Will's, saying what he would give or do. Then came the word of command from our young engineer. "Now to business! Each one to his home as fast as his legs can carry him, and bring an axe or spade or hoe or some tool. I'll run to Father for the charter." "What's that?" "Then let's make the dirt fly." When I went by a few days later, by the foot of the orchard, sure enough, there they were, coats off, each one busy as a bee, Will acting as engineer. The grading, "What's that?" was nearly all done. Will said they would lay the ties, "What are they?" and rails the next Monday, and soon I should hear the whistle. True to his promise, on the appointed day came the toot toot toot, louder and louder till the hills sent back the sound. I looked, and there came the train, built of wood from stem to stern, and drawn by 2 stout goats instead of steam, while Jim sat on the engine with a tin horn to his mouth, his cheeks puffed out like 2 pumpkins. That's years ago. Will is now Mr. William , a first-class railroad man. So are some of the others. But when I see them building those fine roads, I wonder if they will ever travel on the King's Highway of Holiness. Have you a ticket to go up in his chariot one of these days and enter the city of God? End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Very Sly Fellow. Right here at the start, I must tell you that this story is true. It all really happened in a city whose name commences with B, and it is not Boston. It was a clear, wintry afternoon when it happened, and the children of the street were playing over in the sunshine. There was a long row of houses on either side of this street, which is one rather sad thing about cities, and in one of the houses Morris Bell and his friend Jack were having a royal good time together, and quite by themselves too, for Morris's mamma had gone downtown, and the servants were busy ironing in the kitchen. "I think it's splendid to be left all alone," said Jack, as they roamed through the house. "I think so too," replied Morris. "I wouldn't have a nurse for anything," which was rather hard upon Jack, who was still in kilts, and did have a nurse, only this was her afternoon out as well as his. Morris showed Jack all his Uncle Will's neckties, and a great many other things as well, and both of them tried their hand on his new banjo, but one of the strings broke, with a very loud noise, and frightened them out of his room and back to the nursery. When it began to grow dark, Morris dragged the pillows from his mother's bed, and placing one at either end, on the rockers of his hobby horse, he and Jack sat down for a very comfortable seesaw. Bridget put her head in at the door just then. "Ah, Morris, but you're going to get it," she said in an angry voice. Then she slammed the door, and the boys heard her run down the stairs. Jack held on to the tail of the hobby horse and looked round at Morris. Morris held on to the mane of the hobby horse and looked round at Jack. Perhaps they were thinking of the banjo string. At any rate, Morris said, "He didn't care," and Jack said, "He didn't." Once in a while they would stand up to shake the pillows, which kept sinking through in bags between the rockers, and then go rocking away again. Meantime, Morris's mamma came home. "Where are the boys?" she asked, as Bridget shut the front door. "Oh, they're in the nursery now, Mrs. Bell, but there ain't a place in the house where they haven't been, even into our bonnet boxes, May's and mine, Mum." Morris's mamma gave a troubled little sigh as she patiently followed Bridget from room to room. Oh, such mischievous work as met her on every side. Pin cushions ripped open, bottles emptied, and bottles with their corks pulled out, burnt matches strewed about the floors, the broken banjo string, and in the servants' room wisps of straw, and draggled bits of flowers and feathers, and ribbons, all that was left of the poor girls' bonnets. The boys were in the midst of one of their grand shakings of the pillows when Mrs. Bell came into the room. "Why, Morris! Why, Jack!" she said very gravely. Morris hung his head very low. "I must go home now," said Jack. "Indeed, you must not do anything of the kind," said Mrs. Bell, and she made the boys sit down, one on either side of her, on the sofa. "I did not mean to do it," said Morris. "And I didn't touch it at all," added Jack. "Did not mean to do it, Morris. Did not mean to do all that. And what is it, Jack, which you say you did not touch?" "Why, the banjo," answered Jack. "The string braked of itself, Mamma," Morris explained, "and I was afraid to lift it back into the case. I thought Uncle Will would rather we wouldn't bother with it." "But the banjo is the least part of the mischief, Morris, as you know very well. I never heard of such naughty, naughty boys in all my life." Morris was crying now, and Jack was kicking the side of the sofa very hard with the heels of his boots. "Why did you go into the girls' room at all, Morris? You know they do not like it." "I only wanted to show Jack the pigeons on the Joneses' roof," sobbed Morris. "And who was the one to take the bonnets out of the boxes?" "Neither of us did that, Mrs. Bell," answered Jack. "So neither of you did that, Jack, and I suppose neither of you burnt all those matches, nor upset the bottles, nor indeed did any of the other very naughty things." "No, Mamma, we didn't," Morris answered stoutly. Mrs. Bell looked very much surprised. "Boys," she said, "it is very, very wrong to tell a lie about it. Yes, a lie. for neither Jack or Morris would own up to any misbehavior beyond the meddling with the banjo. "You may go now, Jack," Mrs. Bell said at last. "But remember, I must come in tomorrow and tell your mother, unless you come back before then and confess to your share of this mischief." "I do not think I will ever come to this house again," said Jack indignantly as he strode out of the room with his rubber boots tucked under his arm and the belt of his little ulster flying out behind him. After a supper of bread and milk, with never a taste of cake or jam, Morris was put to bed a whole hour earlier than his bedtime. At first he thought he would lie awake all night, but he must have changed his mind about that, for he fell asleep in 2 minutes, and he found affairs in a much happier state when he woke. It chanced the next morning that Morris's sister, Lou, stood braiding her hair in front of the window instead of the looking-glass, so instead of seeing another blue-eyed Lou gazing back at her, she looked right through it and saw, what do you think? A live monkey sitting astride the fence in the yard below and staring about in the queerest fashion. Lou ran to her mother's door. "Oh, Mamma!" she cried. "Look out the back window! Quick, quick!" Mrs. Bell stepped to the window and then ran straight into Morris's room. "Oh, Morris!" she cried. "Mamma knows now that her little boy didn't do it," waking him up from the soundest little nap. "Didn't do what?" said Morris, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "Why, all the mischief. A monkey did it, Morris, a monkey." "A monkey?" cried Morris, for that was enough to wake him right up. Then Mrs. Bell bundled him up in an afghan and carried him to have a look at the sly fellow. The monkey looked up at Morris and grinned, as much as to say, "Well, didn't I get you in a pretty fix?" "I suppose he belongs to someone and has run away," said Lou. "I'll run down and open the door of the back porch. Then perhaps he'll come in and we'll keep him." "Oh, no, don't keep him," urged Morris pathetically, "because Mamma could never tell what things the monkey did and what things Jack and me did, and it's very hard to have nothing but bread and milk for your supper when you've only braked a banjo string." "Morris," said Mrs. Bell, "Mamma will never doubt your word again. But Lou only means to keep him till we find his owner." So they opened the door of the back porch, and after a while in walked Mr. Monkey. Then Bridget ran up from outside and shut him in. At first he jumped around as if he did not know what to make of it, but suddenly, spying the children's hammock, he swung himself into it and lay very still for a long time. "Perhaps he's sleepy," said Morris, who stood watching him through the glass door. "Of course he is," answered Lou. "I guess you'd be sleepy too if you had been out all night." Just then someone gave the bell a good strong pull. Morris ran and opened the door, and there stood a foreign-looking little gentleman. "Can you tell me, my little fellow, if my monkey has been in this house?" he asked in broken English. "Oh, yes, he's been here, and he's here now," Morris replied, leading the way to the hammock. "I hope he has not done much mischief," said the gentleman. "Oh, yes, he has," Morris answered frankly. "He did so much mischief, they thought it must be me, and put me to bed very early with only bread and milk for my supper." They found the monkey fast asleep. His owner gave him 2 or 3 pokes with his cane, and he opened his round black eyes. He knew his master at once, and with the funniest grin leaped onto his shoulder, fastening his hairy little paws tightly round his neck as though he never meant to let go. "I will look to it that he runs away not soon again," said the gentleman as he left the house. "Then you had better tie him up very tight, sir, with a very strong chain," advised Morris, closing the door with an honest little sigh of relief. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mabel's Inasmuch. Nurse Hammond was in a fidgety state of mind. It was an hour past the time when Miss Mabel should have returned from taking her music lesson. As it was a rare thing for Mabel to be otherwise than prompt, her old nurse was growing uneasy. Nurse Hammond had been in the Taylor family ever since Mabel, who was now a young lady of 16, was born. All through the years of babyhood and childhood, the good woman had watched over her young charge, and now, when she had grown almost to womanhood, she still exercised the same tender, loving watchfulness. Mabel Taylor's mother died before the child had learned to speak the sweet name of mother. And in all the years that followed, Mabel had only Nurse Hammond to go to for love and petting. Mr. Taylor was a kind father, but he was always at the office, and Mabel saw little of him. And besides, the loss of his wife had cast a shadow over his life which he had never been able to throw off. At length the anxious woman could endure the anxiety no longer, and putting on her bonnet and the soft white shawl which Mabel's own fingers had knitted for her, she started out to see what had become of the child. The Taylor home was set down in the edge of a lovely piece of woodland, a park, a more pretentious man would have called it. That which was only a village when Mr. Taylor's father built the house had grown into a city, and had stretched itself out to the boundary of the Taylor place, where it was forced to stop, for Mr. Taylor would not yield an inch of the homestead, nor suffer the woodland to be cleared. By a path through the woods Mabel was accustomed to make a short cut to the house of the music professor whose pupil she was, and Nurse Hammond hoped by taking this path to meet her charge. Sure enough, she came upon her suddenly. The young girl had thrown herself upon the ground beside an old, half-decayed log, and was quietly weeping. The woman who stood watching her for a moment knew that there had been a storm of tears, and that this quiet had come only after the violence of the grief was spent. Hat and music roll lay upon the ground, and the attitude of the girl was one of dejection. "What is the matter with my darling child?" said the kind-hearted woman. "Oh, Nursey!" exclaimed Mabel. "It is perfectly dreadful!" And she burst into another flood of tears. "What is it? What is the matter?" "Oh, I have been down to Papa's office, and he told me about it, and I can't stand it. I don't want her." "Can't stand what? Don't want who?" And Nurse Hammond sat down beside Mabel and tenderly stroked the fluffy brown hair. "Do tell me about it." "You'll say just as Papa did, that I am very silly and very selfish, but I can't help it. Papa got the letter this morning, and he will tell you about it tonight. Maybe he would think I ought not to speak of it until he tells you himself, but perhaps he won't mind, and maybe you will want to go away to your daughter's when she comes. Dear, dear, I wish she wasn't coming." Nurse was distressed. What was the child talking about? Could it be— A suspicion flashed through her mind. Could it be that Mr. Taylor was going to bring home a new wife? No, she could not think that. Yet what did it mean? She waited, and presently Mabel sat up, saying, "There, I'm done with fretting, but I don't like it at all. Oh, I haven't told you yet." And then she laughed hysterically. "Well, Papa had a letter this morning from his brother, my Uncle John, and he is coming next week to bring Cousin Emma here to stay a long time, maybe always. He is going abroad for a business house in Chicago, and maybe he will remain abroad as the agent,
and then she'll have to stay with us. Uncle John says he cannot bear to think of leaving her with strangers, and Papa telegraphed a reply and told him to bring her to us." "Of course, childie. What would he do?" asked Nurse Hammond. "He might send her to a boarding school, I should think," replied Mabel. Nurse tried to reason with Mabel, though her own heart sank at the prospect of having their quiet times spoiled by the coming of a stranger, and her own cares increased, but she gave no sign of this disturbed state of feeling. She tried to comfort the girl, telling her how pleasant it would be to have a companion, and how sad it was for a girl, motherless like herself, to be separated from her father, and suggesting that it might not be so bad after all. But Mabel could not see any bright side to the picture. However, by the time her cousin arrived, she had schooled herself into receiving her with composure, and even something like cordiality. Emma was a brown little thing, with sad eyes and stooping figure, several years younger than Mabel. She certainly was not an attractive child, and Mabel said to herself a dozen times a day, "I cannot love her. I shall never be reconciled to having her here." One day Nurse said, "She follows one with those great hungry eyes, and it seems as though she was just hungering for love." Quickly there flashed through Mabel's mind the words, "For I was an hungered, and ye gave me no meat. I was a stranger, and ye took me not in." And then she remembered the "Inasmuch" which concludes this passage. Now Mabel was a young Christian, and she had much to learn. It had not before occurred to her that she could make the disagreeable duty of loving and cherishing her cousin into something done for his sake. But now, with this motive, she could rise above the unpleasantness, and she soon became not only tolerant of her presence, but quite fond of the forlorn child, who, under the softening influences of home love, became herself quite lovable. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fretting Lettie. Lettie! "I do wish," snapped Lettie Edmonds, as her brother Sidney rushed into the room, "that you wouldn't call me Let. I'm sure it is not so hard to speak two syllables together, Sid." "Oh, I suppose Sidney is much more difficult, or perhaps your organs of speech are more delicate than mine. But I say, Mother says for you to come and pare the potatoes for dinner." Lettie slammed down the lid of the piano with a bang and went into the kitchen with a discontented air. "When you put on the potatoes, Lettie," said her mother, "run up and make the boys' beds. I must go and dress Carrie's burn. Poor child, she has been left too long this morning." Lettie's frown deepened. "What are boys good for, I should like to know? They might just as well make their own beds as I." "Yes," said Theo, coming in at the back door, "and I suppose you might just as well feed the cows and horses and hoe corn as we." "Well, you don't have to slave from morning till night for somebody else and put up with all the children's whims." And the potatoes were tumbled into the pot with a vim that sent the scalding water up over her hands, which, of course, was a new grievance. Upstairs went Lettie and jerked off the bedclothes and flung them on a chair. "Lettie," called her mother's voice from her own room, where she was dressing Carrie's burn. "In a moment," answered Lettie crossly. When she was done, she went to see what her mother wanted. "Run and lift Ruby. I've heard her talking to herself for the last 15 minutes, and I'm afraid she will fall out of bed." Oh, baby Ruby, with your dear black eyes shining with love for everybody, your dimpled peachy cheeks, your hair in little damp ringlets,
and your 4 little teeth peeping like pearls through your parted lips. Why does your cry of joy hush, and a grieved look come into the pretty eyes? What could any mortal do but take you up and hug you again and again? Ah, Lettie's frowning face bends over her instead of mother's, and with a jerk she is lifted. Of course she cries, and Lettie's evil spirit whispers, "What a nuisance a crying baby is!" In vain she tried to hush her, for she was in no mood to sing or talk baby talk to her. But now mother is done, and in a very short time Ruby's tears are changed into smiles. "Ruby will play with her doll here," said Mrs. Edmonds, "while I go and see how Cousin Patty is enjoying herself, and then get dinner." "Lettie, won't you please read to me?" said Carrie, as Lettie took a book from the shelf. "Oh, I'll give you a book and you can read to yourself. Your arm don't affect your eyes." "But, Lettie, I've read all the books except that new one, and I do want to hear it." "Well, I can't read so fast aloud, and I'm sure I get little enough time to read." And Lettie enjoyed her book alone until the dinner bell rang. A step on the stairs, and in came Rob with a waiter holding Carrie's dinner. "Here is your steward, ma'am," he said, setting down the waiter with a flourish. Lettie took up the baby to go downstairs. "Oh, it's dismal eating alone," said Carrie. "So it must be," said Rob. "I'll just ask mother to let me bring my dinner up here." "Oh, how nice! Do!" And in a few minutes Rob was back with his plate. Dinner was over, and Lettie was busy helping her mother with the week's ironing. "Mother," she burst out, "I think it's just dreadful to have such a large family as ours." Her mother looked at her a moment. "Which of them would you like to do without?" she asked. "But, mother, I do want to do so many things. Draw and paint and study music and read, and there is no time for anything but scrub and iron and bake and churn and—" She stopped suddenly as she saw Cousin Patty in the doorway. The next afternoon Cousin Patty and Mrs. Edmonds were seated at their sewing in the shady dining room. Cousin Patty was a woman of much experience and an independent fortune. She was a cousin of Mrs. Edmonds' mother, and an old and tried friend. The children, however, knew her only from her letters, as her home was in a distant city, and until lately she had been closely confined at home by the care of an invalid mother. "Cousin," said Mrs. Edmonds, "I'm puzzled to know what to do with Lettie. Haven't you noticed how fretful and impatient she is?" "Why, I couldn't well help it," was the answer. "I hoped she would outgrow it, but it seems rooted. Of course, there is a great deal to do in such a family as ours, but her lot is no worse than the rest, and we all have good health." "I think I can put you on a plan that will cure her," said Miss Patty, and then followed a low-toned conversation. "Cousin tells me," said Mrs. Edmonds at the supper table, "that she is going home on Thursday." "Why, cousin," said Mr. Edmonds, "you should have told me sooner, that I might have sat and looked at you all the time you were here." "I had intended to make a longer visit, but this afternoon I heard of urgent business requiring my return. Now, Benjamin, I have a proposition to make. You know I am a lonesome old maid, and I see that Letitia is quite hampered here among so many. I think you might let her come and live with me. Of course, old maids don't like children, but neither does Letitia, so we will just suit one another. You have so many you can spare one. I have won Caroline's consent if I can get yours." The result was that at 8 a.m. Thursday, Sidney left Miss Patty and Lettie on the platform of the morning train bound for the great city. As they entered the car, Miss Patty said to Lettie, "Let me sit next to the window. I hate to sit next the aisle. Someone always tramps my clothes." After they were seated, she shut down the wooden screen.
"Why, Cousin Patty," exclaimed Lettie, "don't you want to see out?" "And let in the cinders? Why, I've been over the road so often, I know every stone in it." Evening came, and they went up the steps of a large handsome house, and were admitted by a trim serving woman, who looked a little older than Miss Patty. "Good evening, Tibby. You got my note?" "Yes, ma'am, and the room is ready, and everything as you told me." Tibby helped them carry their bundles upstairs, and while Miss Patty went on to the front room, she said to Lettie, "This is your room, Miss Letitia." Lettie found it beautifully furnished, and rejoiced in the thought of the elegant leisure she was about to enjoy. It was rather lonely at night without Hattie's chatter, and it seemed so strange to have only Miss Patty to bid good night. The next day Miss Patty said, "My dear, I want you to feel that you have nothing to do but enjoy yourself. I do not want you to make your own bed even. Tibby will do that. Choose your own amusements and employments." It was very nice at first, and Lettie was loud in her praises of the new life, in writing to her mother and Hattie. By and by, however, she became tired of playing the piano in the lonely parlor, of drawing pictures which no one saw. Reading had made her head ache, a new experience, and she wearied of sitting and looking out of the window. She soon found that Tibby did not like intruders in the kitchen. It was so quiet. Cousin Patty had provided her with nice clothing, but there was no one to see it. Cousin Patty's visitors were all elderly, and talked about things above her comprehension. If she hadn't felt ashamed, she would have asked for even a doll to keep her company. One day she asked Miss Patty, "Do no children ever visit you?" "Why, not often, dear. Isn't it pleasant that they don't? They make such a disorder. Now, at your father's it is so different. Sid wants something mended, or Rob has lost something and wants you to find it, or Lily has lost your thimble, or the baby has upset your work basket, or some confusion all the time. Now here we have such perfect quiet." Lettie said nothing, but a few moments later she slipped quietly to her own room. Miss Patty smiled and said, "The cure is working." One morning, while Miss Patty was busy in the garden, Lettie stole out, as she thought, unseen. But Miss Patty saw her, and ran around to the kitchen and said to Tibby, "She's gone. Run to the station and keep her in sight." "Dear, dear, if the child should get lost!" said Tibby, rolling down her sleeves. In a little while she came back, quite excited. "If you please, Miss Patty, she's gone the other way. I went and asked Town if she bought a ticket. He said yes, she bought a ticket for Redpath. Then Sam Pierce said, if she did, she went on the wrong train then, for she took the down." "Well, don't worry, Tibby. There are telegraphs, you know." Throwing off her gardening attire, "Get me my bonnet and gloves." In a few moments she had arranged with Town, and paid for a return ticket from the other end of the road. A message was sent to the conductor of number 7. "Send back young lady for Redpath. Mistake in train." Then Miss Patty sent a telegram to Mr. Edmunds. "Lettie left this morning. Will be home in the evening." So there at the station were Sid and Rob with the spring wagon, and Lily perched up between them, clapping her hands at the sight of the engine. Lettie hugged them all three, crying and laughing, and then asked, "What are you doing down here?" "Came to get you," said Rob. "How did you know I was coming?" "Miss Patty sent a telegram." "Miss Patty? How did she know? Boys, I ran away." "Whew!" whistled Sid.
She'll come and take you back then." A vague terror entered Lettie's heart, and she made up her mind that she would never go. What a joyful uproar there was, and how they all talked together! In the evening, when all had gone to bed except Lettie, Hattie, and their mother, Lettie said, "Mother, I think now that a large family is just delightful, and I don't know how you all put up with me before. Please forgive me. I'll not fret any more if you'll only let me stay at home." You may be sure Mrs. Edmonds forgave her. The next morning in stepped Miss Patty. Lettie caught up Ruby and went to meet her, with a little defiance and a great deal of shame in her face. "Miss Patty, I'm very sorry. You have been very good to me, but I can't go back. I'm glad I went with you, for I've learned that I do love the folks at home so much that I would rather be here than any place in the world." "What, among these noisy children and in all this fuss? What a curious taste!" Miss Patty made quite a long visit, and Lettie confided to her mother her thought that she was much nicer there than at home. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How Rosie Helped. Her name was Rosalie, but she was such a little creature that it seemed more natural to call her Rosie. Besides, she was always among the roses. On this morning, while her father talked with Dick, she hovered between the study and the flower garden, now gathering her flowers, now peeping her head into the study to see if Papa was not almost through and ready to talk to her. She was shy of Dick. He was a new boy, had only been with them a few days, and Papa more than suspected was not a good boy. So Rosie had strict orders not to visit him in the stable, or have any talk with him unless Papa or someone else was within hearing. Only this morning Papa had heard Dick use language which made him feel afraid that he ought not to keep him in his employ. Yet how sorry he was for poor orphan Dick that nobody seemed to care for. He tried to make him feel that he was his friend, tried to rouse him to want to be a man and to overcome his grave faults. "You are just the age of my boy Harris," Rosie heard her father say, "and he is just about your size. Harris is a grand boy. He never gave his mother an hour of anxiety, and I can trust him anywhere. I have such faith in his word that when he says a thing, I do not have to inquire into it. I know it is true. Isn't it worthwhile for a boy to have such a character as that? Don't you think you would enjoy hearing people say, 'That thing is so, you may depend on it, for Dick Sanders told me, and he is to be trusted, you know?'" Dick shifted uneasily from one foot to the other, and his face seemed to be growing red over some feeling, Rosie's papa was not sure what. At last he said, "It is all very well for a boy like yours to be honest, and all that. Why shouldn't he be? Look what chances he has had. And then look what chances I've had. Kicked and cuffed about the world all my life. Nobody cares what becomes of me. I heard you pray for Harris this morning, and I thought of it then. There never was a person in this world who cared enough for me to make a prayer about me." What a strange boy Dick was! For a moment Rosie's father did not know what to say. Just then Rosie, her head framed in the window, where she had been standing for a few minutes, her hands full of flowers, her face sweetly grave, spoke her troubled thought.
"Didn't Jesus pray for you when he lived here? That time when he said, 'Now I pray for all who shall believe on me.'"
Dick started so suddenly as to nearly overturn the little table on which he leaned, turned to the window, and looking steadily at Rosie, said hoarsely, "What do you mean?"
Why, that time, don't you know? When he prayed for his disciples. Then he said, 'Neither pray I for these alone.' And after that he prayed for everybody who should ever live, who would love him and mind him. If you mean to mind him, he prayed for you too. Mamma told me. Don't you mean to mind him? Because it isn't nice to leave yourself out of his prayer."
Wise little Rosie! Papa said not another word. He thought Dick had gotten his sermon, text and all. Neither did Rosie say any more. She did not know she had preached a sermon. She went away humming, "I am so glad that my Father in heaven tells of his love in the book he has given." Years and years after that, when Rosie was 19, one day she went to church in a city 500 miles away from her childhood home, and she heard a man preach on these words, "Neither pray I for these alone, but for all them which shall believe on me through their words." It was a grand sermon. Rosalie Pearson thought she had never heard one more wonderful. At the close of service, the minister came straight to her seat, held out his hand, and said, "That was a blessed text, Miss Pearson. I never forgot the sermon you preached from it. I know now that the Lord Jesus prayed for me that day, and I know that I believe on him through your words."
"Why,"
said Rosalie in astonishment,
"I don't understand. This surely cannot be—"
"Yes," said the minister, "I am Dick." End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Brown's Botany Class, Chapter 1, The First Lesson.
"Mamma, what do you think? You know the willow chair that we had in the summer house last year? Well, we left it out there all winter, and Lily left that mat she was making for the fair, and that she looked for everywhere after we got back to the city, in the chair."
"Well," said Mrs. Brown, as Ella stopped to take breath.
"And will you believe it?"
"I always have believed your stories," replied Mrs. Brown, smiling.
"Thank you,"
returned Ella, kissing her mother's cheek.
"Well, this morning is the first time that I have been down to the summer house since we came back here, and as soon as I opened the door, I saw the funniest sight. There lay the mat in the chair, and a bird's nest on the mat, with 3 eggs in it. It seems that we left the window open, and the birds thought it was a good place for a nest. And there sat the bird on a branch just outside, singing away as if its little body was full of happiness."
"I hope you did not touch the eggs?" said Mrs. Brown.
"Indeed, I did not. I just took a peep and ran off for fear of frightening the bird."
"Have you told the boys?"
"No, not yet. They will find it out. But, Mamma, do you think they will disturb the nest?"
asked Ella anxiously. "I do not think they would, but we will talk it over together before they find it out. They might rush into the summer house and frighten the birds so as to make them desert the place."
"And can't we go to the summer house at all?"
exclaimed Bennie when they were talking it over. That summer house was a favorite resort. It was a large, pavilion-like structure, a little distance from the house, where they took their games, books, or work. Sometimes they had luncheon or tea there, a rustic table affording accommodations for the tea tray. "It will not be so very long that you will have to stay away," replied Mrs. Brown. "You surely would not wish to drive the birds away from their home?" "Can't we build a rustic booth or something down in the woods?" asked Tom. "It would be something new, and by the time we were tired of that, the young birds will have hatched and flown away." Mamma agreed that this was a good suggestion. She had another scheme which interested the children. "How would you like to have a botany class?" she asked.
You can build your booth just in the edge of the woods, and we will go out there every morning and study the plants which you will find handy." All agreed that this was a fine scheme, and with a little assistance from Patrick, a very substantial booth was erected in the course of a few days, and, wild with delight, the Browns took possession at once. "Now for the first lesson," said Mrs. Brown, as she allowed herself to be seated in the one low rocker which the children had brought from the house especially for her use. She had in her hand a small tin can such as baking powder comes in, filled with earth, and 2 or 3 tiny plants were just showing themselves. First she showed the children some dry, dark-colored seeds. "These are morning glory seeds," she said. "A few days ago, when we first talked about botany lessons, I put some like them in this can of earth, and here you see what they have already come to. I will pull up one. What do you see?" "A root," replied Ella. "Yes, and what else?" "2 leaves," said Tom. "And a stem," was Benny's discovery. "Yes, and now you notice this from which the covering has not yet fallen. You see the same parts, and if you could look at one of these dry seeds through a microscope, you would see coiled around inside the same 3 parts. Now, when the seed is planted, we cannot tell how, but in some way the moisture of the earth and the warmth cause the little plantlet which we call the embryo to swell and grow. It soon bursts the walls of its house, and the 2 seed leaves, which we call cotyledons, expand. The little stem which we call the radicle pushes up and supports them, while from the opposite end the root begins to grow. I think if you will look carefully under that beech tree, you will find some beech nuts which have just sprouted. I used to gather them when I was a little girl. The crisp seed leaves are very palatable." For a little while the children were busy looking for beech nut sprouts, while Mrs. Brown sat under her green canopy enjoying the clear air and the fresh wood odors. Then the lesson was gone over again. "What are these called?" touching the tiny seed leaves. "Cotyledons," answered Ella promptly, the others coming in more slowly upon the same word. "And this?" pointing to the slender stem bearing the cotyledons at the top. "The radicle." "And what do we call the whole as it lies coiled up in the nut before it is planted?" "The embryo." "That will do for this morning," said Mrs. Brown. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Brown's Botany Class, Chapter 2, Laying the Foundation. "Cotyledons, radicle, embryo. Cotyledons, radicle, embryo." Benny was saying these words over to himself, then he added, "The cotyledons are the seed leaves, the ones that pop out of the seed after it has lain a while in the ground. The radicle is the little thing like a stem that supports the cotyledons, and from the other end of it the root begins to grow. I know so much anyway. Then the embryo? Oh, that's the whole thing curled up in the seed." "I wonder which Mamma will tell us about this morning," said Ella, as she and Tom skipped across the meadow, leaving Mrs. Brown to follow more leisurely with Benny. "The root, of course," said Tom. "The root is, well, it is the root of the whole thing. The foundation, you know." "I hate foundations. That is what Miss Lyman is always saying. Young ladies, lay the foundation well. I thought we would get away from all that in vacation," and she laughed merrily. "Well, there can't be a great deal to be said about roots, I am sure," returned Tom. "That'll comfort you, I suppose." When they were all ready, Mrs. Brown said, "I think we will talk about roots today."
Tom and Ella exchanged glances at this, but Mrs. Brown continued. The root has 2 uses. It serves to fix and hold the plant firmly in the ground, and also it is the part of the plant that takes up food from the soil. The plant needs to be fed with certain minerals and gases, and these are dissolved in the moisture of the soil, and the water is sucked up by the roots. I do not understand, said Ella, how the root can suck up water. Are there holes in the root which stand for mouths? The roots are covered with what we call fibrils or root hairs, and these are very delicate, and through their surfaces they take in the moisture. Now, if you will examine this root of a young tree which Tom has pulled up for our lesson, you will see that the root has branched, and every year the branches multiply and spread farther and deeper into the ground. Now, notice that the branches grow smaller and smaller. Look through this microscope, and you will see the tiny hair-like projections. These take up the moisture, and as there are so many of them, upon every little rootlet, they take up a great deal. We call this a branching root. Some roots are what we call fibrous. Tom, suppose you see if you can find a buttercup root and bring it here. Tom sprang to do his mother's bidding, and soon returned with what looked like a hank of thread, long fibers bound together at the surface of the ground, at the top of what we call the axis of the plant. Mrs. Brown explained that the central stem is called the axis, and that the part which goes downward is the descending axis, and the part that shoots upward and bears the branches is the ascending axis. You observe, she said, that in the case of this plant there is no descending axis. The long fibrous roots spring from the column or collar, which is the place where the root and stem join, or from the line of division between the ascending and descending axis. The fibrous roots are mainly for the purpose of absorbing nourishment for the immediate use of the plant, and this structure gives them greater surface by which to take up the moisture for rapid growth. Other roots serve an additional purpose. They store up food for the future growth of the plant, and such roots are called fleshy roots, and many of them are useful to us for food. In such, the axis is long and thick, and with only short branches, and of course fewer fibrils. Now, if we leave one of these fleshy roots, for instance, the beet, in the ground through the winter, instead of storing it in the cellar for table use, when spring comes, the plant will begin to put forth a new growth, much more vigorous than that of the first year, and quite different. It will send up strong shoots bearing flowers and ripening seed, and all this will use up the food stored in the root, and when the seed has ripened, the plant will die. This we call a biennial plant. The fibrous roots belong largely to annual plants, while the branching roots belong principally to the woody plants, as trees and shrubs. I heard Tom talking about transplanting trees. You should take great care not to injure the small roots and fibrils, for by breaking or cutting off these, you lessen the absorbing power of the root. You spoke of annuals and another kind, those which live 2 years, began Ella. Biennials. Be sure you get the names. It is just as well to learn a thing thoroughly in the beginning. A few facts, names, or dates thoroughly fastened upon the memory are better than a vague idea of a whole subject without any definite knowledge. We classify plants as annuals, biennials, and perennials. Those which live 1 year, those which die after perfecting the seed the 2nd year, and those which live on year after year. Aren't we almost through with roots? Asked Ella. I could tell you a great deal about roots, but I suppose you want to get to leaves and flowers, so we will drop the subject of roots and take up the stem next time. said Mrs. Brown, smiling upon her impatient little girl. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Brown's Botany Class, Chapter 3, More About Leaves. Who wants to study in vacation? The speaker was Mr. Brown's nephew. He sat upon a stump in the woods, not far from the pretty booth where Mrs. Brown awaited the coming of her class. He kicked his heels against the half-decayed bark, which, giving way under the repeated kicks and falling to the ground, was picked up by the youngest of the trio of Browns, and stored away for the gypsy fire which he proposed to build after a while. And botany, too! I don't care a flip about that stuff. I wanted to go fishing. It's lots more fun. But we can't fish all the time, and Mother makes botany real interesting. The other day we had to talk about roots, because that comes first, and we thought it would be terribly stupid. But it wasn't. We liked it first rate, and we know quite a number of things now about roots. So come on, Charlie. Bother. Charlie very slowly descended from his perch and followed the others with a scowl on his rather handsome face. Mrs. Brown welcomed him with a smile, not appearing to notice his surly mood. "We will talk a little about leaves today," she said. "There are two principal sorts of leaves. Now I want you to look at these which I have brought, and see if you can find out the difference between them." She handed the children some leaves of the lily of the valley and the tulip, with others from a maple tree near by. "The shape is different," said one. "Yes, but that is not what I mean. Try again." "They are not the same color?" "Try again." "The maple leaf is divided off by 3 little ridges separating apart from the stem," said Ella. "And how about the others?" asked Mrs. Brown. "There's only one running through the middle." "And there's a lot of little cross marks or threads, or whatever you call them, in the maple, and in the lily of the valley and in the tulip they run all one way." "Ah, now you're coming at it. The 2 great divisions of leaves of which I just spoke of are characterized by these threads, or as we call them, veins. The maple belongs to the netted veined leaves, and the others to the parallel veined. You remember that at our last talk we learned about seed leaves? Can any of you tell what we called the seed leaves?" "Cotyledons," said all 3 in a breath. "Right. Well, the parallel veined leaves belong to the sort of plants which have only one seed leaf or cotyledon, and we call them monocotyledonous plants. And the netted veined leaves belong to and distinguish those with 2 cotyledons, and are called dicotyledonous plants. Now notice that a leaf has 3 parts: a blade, the broad, thin part; a petiole, or as you would call it, the stem stalk, which supports it; and as you see in these quince leaves, there is also a pair of small leaf-like appendages, which are called stipules. All leaves do not have these, and some have no petioles. In such cases we say the leaf is sessile, and sessile means sitting. And we shall find the word used in regard to other parts of the plant as we go on in our study. This quince, and also the apple leaf, have one large vein running through the middle, as if the petiole were extended to the tip or apex of the leaf. This sends off branches, and these in turn break into smaller ones until the leaf is all over network. It is filled in with a green pulp and covered with a thin skin called the epidermis." "Why, we had that word in physiology," exclaimed one of the listeners. "It means the same as cuticle or outside skin." "Exactly. So you see we have in the blade the fibrous framework or skeleton, the pulpy filling, and the transparent covering. Charlie had been listlessly fingering a leaf, seemingly not interested in the talk, but at this moment he started up, exclaiming, "I know how to make skeleton leaves. You just put the leaf into some kind of acid, I have forgotten the name, that eats out the pulp and leaves the framework. Sister Anna has a whole lot of them." Yes, and if we had one here, we could see the method of veining very plainly. In the parallel veined leaves, all the larger ribs run lengthwise, and there are no branching veins which you can see plainly, only very small veinlets. Now, just a glance at the leaves of a plant or tree will tell you to which of two great divisions the plant or tree belongs. I did not suppose there would be so much to say about leaves, turning her leaf over and looking curiously at it. Mrs. Brown smiled. "We have only just begun to examine them. We might find things enough about them to fill a great many morning hours. We might talk about the shapes. We have ovate and lanceolate, oblong and orbicular, and a great many more you might find it hard to remember. Then the margins. Some are entire, that is, even, not notched, and others, but look for yourselves and find out the differences." "This willow is notched, and so is the elm leaf," said Charlie, growing interested. "But are they alike?" "No, the elm has what I should call double notches." "Exactly. One is serrate or saw-toothed, the other double serrate." "And here is a leaf that is scalloped." "You will find many forms if you take notice, and each has a name." "I shall be looking at leaves after this," said one. "You must try to find out all you can about them. Notice the arrangement upon the stem. Some are opposite, like the maple, others, like the rose, are alternate. Now here is a pansy. Excuse me for picking to pieces this pretty bouquet which you gave me, but it is in the interest of science. The pansy or violet has alternate leaves with stipules, while the sweet pea has a compound leaf. But I know you are anxious to get to flowers, and we will take them up next time, only we ought to talk a little about the uses of leaves. You may find as many uses as you can before we come here for another talk." "Didn't you like it?" asked one of the Browns, as they stopped on the way home to enjoy the top rail of the fence. "It wasn't so bad as I thought it would be," replied Charlie. "I never should have suspected that there was so much talk to be made over a leaf." "Nor I," echoed all the others. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Brown's Botany Class, Chapter 4, The Different Organs. Mrs. Brown and Ella were sitting upon the porch which ran along the front of their country home. Mrs. Brown had decided to have her class at home, thinking that the heavy rain of the evening before must have made it very damp in the woods. Tom had gone to the office, and Ben was somewhere. That is what they always said of Ben. "Oh, he is somewhere." "Mamma," said Ella in a whisper, "do look. Here is the queerest old man coming up the walk." Mrs. Brown arose and, stepping forward, waited. Evidently the man coming towards her was blind. He was led by a large dog, and was talking either to himself or to the dog. "Yes, I'm sure of it. I should know the odor anywhere. It is wild roses. Ned, my dog, we must find them." He had nearly reached the steps, and Mrs. Brown said, "Sir, can I do anything for you?" "Pardon," said the stranger. "I did not know anyone was here. Perhaps I am intruding? The perfume of wild roses carried me back to my early home, and it seemed as if I must be standing near my mother's window, and Ned and I thought we would find the roses."
"Ella," said Mrs. Brown, "get the scissors and cut some roses for the gentleman."
When the roses were brought, the stranger handled them tenderly. "You wonder I should care when I cannot see," he said, "but every leaf and petal is pictured in memory. I know the shade of green of the calyx, the delicate tint of the petals, the beauty of the half-open buds, as well as if I could see. Thank you, madame, thank you."
"Will you sit down and rest?" said Mrs. Brown kindly.
"No, thank you. I want to reach my journey's end at the next town this morning. My faithful Ned and I will jog on. Good morning."
"Mamma," said Ella, "can we study about the flowers themselves this morning? That blind man talked about things that I did not understand at all. I'm tired of leaves and roots and things."
"I do not know as we will study at all this morning," replied Mrs. Brown. "The boys are slow about getting here."
"There comes Ben, and I hear Tom whistling around the corner."
And in a moment more the boys appeared and settled themselves for the talk. Tom had brought a bunch of pinks, and Ben had some poppies which a neighbor had given him, while Ella held a spray of the wild roses.
"And so you want to talk about the flowers themselves?" said Mrs. Brown. "Well, if you will look, each of you, at the flowers you have, you will find them made up of several parts. Tom, what do you find?"
Tom busied himself for a moment pulling apart a pink blossom, then replied, "I find this outside green part, and then there are the leaves of the flower and the little slender thread-like things in the center."
"The leaves of the flower, as you call them, are called the corolla, and the green envelope, which in your flower is shaped like a cup, is the calyx, while the slender parts in the center are the stamens, and the one exactly in the middle is the pistil. Sometimes there are more pistils than one. Each division of the calyx is called a sepal, and each division of the corolla is a petal."
"Now you have quite a number of new names today to remember. What is the outside envelope?"
"Calyx,"
said Ella promptly, the boys chiming in a little behind time.
"And the separate parts of the calyx?"
"Sepals," said all together.
"Now the colored part of the flower." "The whole is the corolla, and the parts or divisions are petals."
"Correct."
"But, Mamma," exclaimed Bennie, "my flower has no green part on the outside. Do not all flowers have a calyx?"
"Some do not, but in the case of the poppy the calyx falls off as the corolla expands. Notice the bud which you have. The calyx is just ready to fall off."
"I see,"
said Bennie, and the rest examined the bud which he passed around.
"Now notice that in the pink the sepals are united in one piece, forming a cup, while the petals are separate. Some flowers have united petals. Those we call monopetalous, and those like the pink we call polypetalous. The sepals, calyx, and corolla taken together are sometimes called the perianth. I do not remember if I told you that the root, stem, and leaves are the organs of vegetation, while the flower, fruit, and seed are the organs of reproduction. Now the calyx and corolla are only the protecting parts, while the essential organs are the stamens and pistils. If you can remember all this, with all the new names, you will do well for today, and next time we will talk about the stamens and pistils. Just one thing more. You notice that as you pull out one of the petals of the pink, there is a long, narrow part running down into the deep cup. We will call that the claw of the petal. Now see if you can find all these organs in other flowers and give them their names."
and leaving the children to busy themselves, Mrs. Brown resumed her sewing, though she sat near and now and then joined in the talk which followed. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Linda. Yes, just as I thought. After a glance at our girl in the picture, you said, "Oh, she's after one of those birds, or a butterfly or flower, or is thinking how pretty she is with those ribbons and that hair streaming in the wind. As like as not, she's squinting this way and that to catch some admiring eye. Why doesn't she go on and do the errand her mother sent her for? How very trying some children are, loitering along the road when their poor mothers are almost dying for them to hurry. Declare, and if she was my child and didn't go and come quickly when I sent her to the post office or store, I guess I'd settle matters with my lady when she did get back. Why are some children so different from others? It wasn't so with me. I'm sure I didn't go staring at everything along the roadside, but I went and came like a flash, not like that curious piece in the picture." No doubt you were not like her, as you shall see. Her real name is Linda, and while she loves all the pretty things you see around her, her ear has just this minute caught a sound, and now she is looking in the direction from which it comes. A little way from the road, on which Linda is going to the village grocery, is the jail, and looking through the barred windows is the face of a prisoner. I do not know what crime has put him there, but he is still a man. He wants a book or paper to while away the gloomy hours in prison. He has asked the jailer for something to read, but the jailer does not care to comfort his prisoner. There's nothing in his room but a chair and an iron bedstead with a few bedclothes. How dreary! How dreary! He paces back and forth before the window. Maybe someone will be going by and take pity on him and give him something to read. "Ha!" he exclaims. "Who's that? Looks just as dear little sister Ruth used to. I'll call her." "Will you bring a poor fellow a paper, my child, so I can read? I'm all alone here. If little Ruthie was alive, she would come every day with something to read." Linda starts and almost trembles. "I'll try," she answers. A little later she is home to tell her mother the prisoner's request, then hurries back to the front door of the jail, book in hand. The jailer knows her well, lets her in, and leads her into the very room with the barred windows. Great tears of gratitude stand in the criminal's eyes as Linda hands him the good book and wishes it may do him good, and promises to come soon with another. Why, bless you, my reader, this is the way Miss Linda Gilbert began her work in Chicago. And when that prisoner was dying in prison, he sent for little Linda and begged her to do the same thing for poor people in prison all her life. She promised, and she has been keeping her promise for 20 years. She has established prison libraries in many places, and visited the prisoners, and labored to do them good. She has been the means of saving not a few. End of chapter 37. End of Bobby's Wolf and Other Stories by Pansy.